scientists, research scholars and esteemed guests. A warmest welcome to you all. I, Asmita, along with Pratibha, on behalf of School of Computer and System Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, extend our cordial welcome to you all on this prestigious 3rd International Conference on Advanced Communication and Intelligent System in the National Capital of India, New Delhi.
We are gathered here to exchange ideas and open discussion on communication and network, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics and intelligent systems.
We acknowledge our reverence and esteemed guests. A warmest welcome to you all. I, Asmita, along with Pratibha, on behalf of School of Computer and System Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, extend our cordial welcome to you all on this prestigious 3rd International Conference on Advanced Communication and Intelligent Systems in the National Capital of India, New Delhi.
We are gathered here to exchange ideas and open discussion on communication and networks, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, robotics and intelligent systems. It is indeed a golden opportunity for each one of us to enrich and enlighten ourselves. Let's hang out into our promising schedule.
We acknowledge our reverence for the goddess of wisdom and knowledge by lighting the lamp of enlightenment. Lighting the lamp symbolizes the essence of Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya, which means from darkness lead to me light, signifying the transition from ignorance to knowledge and from confusion to clarity. Due to some busy schedule, our Honorable Vice Chancellor and Chief Patron of the conference, Professor Santi Shri Dulipuri Pandit, and our patron of the conference, Rector Jawaharlal Nehru University, Professor Satish Chandra Gargoti sir, are unable to join this inaugural ceremony, but they send their best wishes to successful completion of this conference. Now, I invite our chief guest, Professor K.K. Agrawal sir, President of South Asian University, patron of the conference, distinguished guest, Professor B.K. Singh, Director of Indian Institute of Information Technology, Design and Manufacturing, Jabalpur, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University, Professor Pratik Sharma, and keynote speakers, Professor Gyu Myung Lee, Liverpool John Moores University, Professor Adnan, Director, Center for Research, Cyber Resilience and Trust, Deccan University, Australia, Professor Zahid Raja, Dean of School of Computer and System Sciences, Professor D.K. Lobial, Professor of School of Computer and System Sciences, Professor D.P. Vidyarthi, Professor of School of Computer and System Sciences, to do the honors as we officially commence our day. We are inviting you, sir, for lighting the lamp.
I request to all dignitaries to take their with expertise in complex networks. His dedication to academic excellence and commitment to fostering collaboration is the outcome of today's conference in organizing this insightful event. This conference will provide a great opportunity to young scholars to interact with luminaries in the field. Please welcome Dr. Buddha Singh.
Good morning and warm welcome to all the distinguished and authors and presenters. On behalf of the Conference Organizing Committee, I welcome you to all to the third International Conference on Advanced Communication and Intelligence System. This prestigious event is jointly organized by Jawaharlal Nehru University and Warsaw University of Poland, along with collaboration of ADSRS societies. The conference is scheduled for today, 16 and 17 May at the Convention Center of JNU. We find ourselves remarkable movement with all incredible response over the 1,000 research paper submitted more than 40 countries around the globe. This tremendous participation emphasizes the importance of this conference and highlights the global interest and progress in this area. There are 4 tracks in the conference, broadly include communication and network, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and robotics. The proceeding of the conference will be published in Scopus and in Web of Science, indexed by the Springer. We believe that conference will provide an opportunity for us to discuss various challenges and future direction in the field of communication and intelligent engineering technologies. The primary aim of this conference is to encourage the exchange of the knowledge, experience among the experts, promoting the dissemination of innovative ideas and research in this emerging research area. We look forward to engaging discussion, insightful presentations, and the forging of new collaboration of academicians and researchers that will shape the future of the communication and intelligence system. Thank you for joining us, and we hope you will have a productive knowledge sharing in the conference. Once again, warm welcome to all. Thank you.
Nicely outlining the purpose of our gathering. With great honor, we invite Dr. Ankush Ghosh, Vice President of ADSRS Education and Research Society. He is expert in robotics and machine learning and a beacon of knowledge to deliver the welcome address to our esteemed dignitaries. Dr. Ankush Ghosh, sir.
Distinguished faculty, fellow researcher, and all participants. A very warm welcome to all of you at the 3rd International Conference on Advanced Communication and Intelligence System, ICACIS 2024. It is my distinct privilege to stand before you today at the Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and officially welcome this esteemed gathering. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, I express our deepest gratitude for joining us. The landscape of communication and intelligence system is undergoing a havoc revolution these days. From the ever-evolving world of artificial intelligence to the constant advancement in communication technologies, our world is being transformed at an incredible pace. ICACIS 2024 serves as a vital platform for all of us, engineers, academicians, and researchers, to come together, share our knowledge, and push the boundaries of these exciting fields. We are also incredibly fortunate to be joined by esteemed guests who grace this occasion with their presence. Professor K.K. Agarwal, President, South Asian University, New Delhi. Professor Jahid Raja, Dean of JNU, School of Computer and System Sciences. Professor B.K. Singh, Director, IIIT DM Jabalpur. And all other esteemed guests and chair. Their presence is a true testament to the importance of this conference. Over the next 2 days, we have a program of meticulously crafted to foster a vibrant exchange of ideas. We are honored to have distinguished group of keynote speakers leading the way, including Professor Jiu Myung Lee, Professor Beyond W. Scholar, Dr. Adnan Anwar, Professor Brij B. Gupta, Professor Danilo Pelusi, Dr. Indivar Gupta, Professor Abhay Kumar Singh, Professor Ravi Gangar. However, ICACIS 2024 is not just about listening to lectures. It's all about sparking dialogues, forging collaborations, and collectively propelling our field forward. This is where the exciting aspects of the paper presentation comes in. Many of you have meticulously researched and prepared your work on various facets of communication and intelligence system. These presentations are not just a culmination of your effort, they are opportunities to ignite the discussions, receive valuable feedback, and contribute to the advancement of knowledge in our community. The organizing committee has poured its heart and soul into making this conference a truly enriching experience for everyone. We trust that the next 2 days will be filled with intellectual stimulation, inspiring discussion, insightful paper presentation, and the forging of new bonds within our community. We also have specific tracks for you. Track 1, Communication and Networks. This track focuses on the latest advancement in communication and technologies, network security, and information theory. Track 2, AIML, dive into the fursting world of artificial intelligence and machine learning, explore cutting-edge research in areas like deep learning, natural language processing, and computer vision. Track 3, Data Science, delve into exciting world of data science, explore the latest techniques for data analysis, data mining, and big data management. Track 4, Robotics and Intelligent Systems, explore the fascinating world of robotics and intelligent systems. This track will showcase the latest research in the areas like autonomous robots, human-computer interaction, and intelligent control systems. We are also thrilled to see the vast array of topics covered in the approved special session, including deepfakes, safeguarding humanity in the age of digital deception, machine learning and deep learning, and blockchain models for sustainable healthcare, agriculture, and business, and many more, to name a few. With such a diverse range of topics and presentation, there is something for everyone at ICACIS 2024. Thank you once again for joining us at ICACIS 2024. Let's discover this journey together and make this conference a resounding success. I wish you all a productive, engaging, and enjoyable conference. Thank you.
And making a warm and insightful welcome address. As we commence the felicitation ceremony, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to those whose remarkable contributions have illuminated the path of knowledge and innovation. Today, we honor the individuals whose unwavering dedication and pioneering spirit have left an indelible mark on their respective fields. Let us celebrate their achievements and express our deepest appreciation for their enduring commitment to excellence. Now, I would like to call Professor Jahid Raza, Dean of School of Computer and System Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, to felicitate our chief guest, Professor K.K. Agarwal, President of South Asian University with bouquet, Angavastra and a memento.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call Professor Satish Chand, School of Computer and System Sciences, to felicitate our New Delhi with bouquet, Angavastra and a memento.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call Professor.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call Professor D.K. Lobial, School of Computer and System Sciences, to felicitate our guest, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call Dr. Ankush Ghosh to felicitate our guest, Professor Adnan Anwar, Director of Cyber Resilience and a memento.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call Dr. Sushil, School of Computer and System Sciences, to felicitate Professor Zahid Raza, Dean of School of Computer and System Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, with bouquet, Angavastra and a memento. Thank you, sir. As the Dean of School of Computer and System Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Professor Raza's leadership has been pivotal in fostering a culture of academic excellence and innovation within the institution. His insights into the latest enlighten us about our school's notable achievements and contributions in the computer and system sciences.
Please welcome Professor Zahid.
Nehru University. On behalf of the entire computer science fraternity and on my own personal behalf, I would like to welcome you all to this third international conference on advanced communication and intelligent systems. It is a pleasure to have Professor K.K. Agrawal amongst us, who is the president of South Asian University, and he is a person who needs no introduction. I had a very nice little interaction with him in the morning, and we really look forward to hear his words of wisdom.
I would like to extend my warm welcome to Professor Prateek Sharma, Vice Chancellor DTU, and Professor S.K. Singh, Vice Chancellor RTU Kota, and Professor B.K. Singh, who is the Director IIIT, DM Jabalpur. A warm welcome to our honored guest, Professor Lee and Professor Anwar, who have come all along from different parts of the world to grace the occasion. I would also like to welcome my faculty colleagues sitting here and my friends over there. And last but not the least, I would like to welcome all the participants who have really made this occasion a success. Without your participation, such kind of events are not possible at all. So thank you so much for coming to our school, coming to this conference, and making this occasion a really great platform for sharing of ideas. In the morning, when I was having a word with Professor Vidya Singh, he told me that the conference covers so many different tracks which are the latest in developments. You know very well that the area of computer science has seen enormous development, be it in the area of hardware or software, you name it and you have it. And in this technical field, paradigm shifts are very frequent. So this particular conference will definitely serve as a platform for sharing ideas, sharing innovations, and definitely it will ignite many different opportunities to take the world forward through technology and making the world a better place. As far as the school is concerned, because I am supposed to talk about the school as well, so the School of Computer and System Sciences is one of the oldest schools of JNU. It was established way back in 1974. And as of now, we are running certain PG programs along with PG programs. We have Master of Computer Applications here. We have MTech in Computer Science. We have MTech in Data Science. All MCA, MTech programs are AICTE approved. We have 2 streams in PhD, one in Computer Science, another one in the area of Microsystems. So accordingly, we have almost 450 plus students studying in our school. And to cater to the educational needs and various development needs of the students, we have 25 faculty members working in a spectrum of computer science courses. So you name it and you have it. We have people working in the areas of parallel and distributed systems. We have people working in linguistics. We have natural language processing. We have computer vision. We have software engineering. All the areas, I don't think there is any area which is really untouched here. So this particular conference, which is being happening right now, which is at the very start today, is actually supplementing the vision of our school and vision of Jawaharlal Nehru University of bringing together people and taking the world forward through collaborative research. For those people who have come from outside, I would like to say that if you have been to JNU for the very first time, JNU is a place with diversity and it has such a good natural beauty here. So if you have time, just try to roam around, have a look at the campus and you'll really enjoy it. So I wish you good luck and again all the best for the conference and for the starting of this journey of thought-provoking ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on our school's outstanding achievements in the field of computer science. Serving as rector at Jawaharlal Nehru University, Professor Satish Chandra Gargoti brings a wealth of experience in academic, administration and research. He is a renowned scholar in the field of environmental science. This year, university once again held a top position in NRI University ranking, but due to some prior engagement, he is not present here. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Santi Shri Dhulipuri Pandit, is a renowned scholar of international studies. She is the first woman Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University. She has continuously inspired and motivated our faculty and students to pursue excellence in research and innovation. For this conference, she has provided needful guidance and support. Due to some urgent administrative work, today she is out of station and not present for this conference. But she has extended her best wishes for the successful organization of this conference. We are very thankful for her best wishes, guidance and support.
Our distinguished guest, Professor Prateek Sharma, the Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University, is an esteemed academic and visionary leader. His leadership has been instrumental in shaping the future of engineering education and research. His research focuses on environmental modeling, statistical applications, and risk assessment. Now, I would like to call Professor Prateek Sharma to stage for his talk.
Please welcome Professor Prateek Sharma.
Thank you. Good morning, all of you. Chief Guest, Honorable President Professor Agrawal, distinguished panelists on the dais, faculty members in the hall, students and all participants, a very warm welcome and good morning to all of you. And first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers to giving me this opportunity to share a few thoughts about the context of the conference. And obviously it's such a I feel honored and privileged to be sharing dais, one of my mentors and somebody who has shaped the professional career, and Professor Agrawal. And thank you so much. It's his blessings that whatever I have achieved in life, it's a lot of mentorship and the guidance of his contribution. I would like to take this opportunity. One of the most important roles that science and technology plays is to improve the quality of life of individuals. And if we see, how since ages, how if we travel in time, we can see starting from the invention of spoke and wheel, how the hugely large distances were reduced to short distances, and basically the networking increased. And after that, the several inventions and discoveries that took place, starting from the magnetic compass to IC engine to electricity to telephone, communication, computers, internet, all these things basically ultimately led in creating or improving the quality of life of people, and have had a major context impact on the manner in which the societies were shaped, the countries were shaped, and the world is shaped. So all these inventions and discoveries ultimately what they did actually was to bring people closer, and the interrelationships established got strengthened because of these inventions and discoveries. And if we actually talk of engineering and technology, when we joined the engineering profession in the first year, we were actually told that there were only two types of engineering: military engineering and civil engineering. And the hardcore engineering, what we learned was primarily anything to do with facilitating services to the civil population came under the overall domain of civil engineering, and anything to do with warfare was military engineering. And as we progressed, the science and technology inputs came. We bifurcated from civil to mechanical to electrical to electronics, and then there are multiple branches of engineering that emerged over a period of time, all with a motive and intention. As the domain of the application increased, obviously the branches also increased in terms of facilitating the society, in terms of technological interventions. So the point basically, I'm trying to contextualize the role of engineers and technologists in the context of this conference. So so the United Nations have come up with what they call as, in terms of improving the quality of individuals, in multiple MDGs or Millennium Development Goals and followed by the Sustainable Development Goals, because somehow I come from the same discipline of environment and sustainability. Certainly these aspects will come in the context of this conference also. So and if we just trace back 30 years back, a car that we used to drive was hardcore mechanical setup. Even as a civil engineer, when I see the buildings and the cities, it had hardcore civil engineering component, very little bit contribution of electronics, computers, or the communication networks, or the intelligence systems for which we have gathered today. Now, if you see the car today, we talk about smart cars, and the mechanical components have been replaced by the electronic components. Similarly, the moment we enter into a room, we have smart lighting systems, Internet of Things, immersive, in which the hardcore civil engineering has been basically immersed with the technological interventions which are coming from the computer science and the advanced communication systems. So the point is that, that the discipline of computer science, what used to exist 20-30 years back, is not just limited to that particular domain, but it is expanding and reaching out to the the manner in which we are making payment. A sabzi wala makes a payment. Again, it's an indication how the technology is basically contributing in making the life of individuals better and more efficient. So therefore, in that context, obviously the initial remarks given by Professor Ghosh about setting the agenda and context of the conference, in which various aspects related to data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things would be discussed in different tracks. So obviously, when we see the manner in which the world as a whole, especially the developed world, has developed, at times, the development trajectory that the Western world has followed has resulted in certain, implications on the planet. And therefore, it becomes, and all those things basically didn't result as out of any intentional damage to be made to the planet, but again, the repercussions of the actions were not imagined. So with the advancement of, knowledge created in the various disciplines and the interconnections that exist, as through illustration I tried to give through civil engineering, mechanical engineering, and the intervention and connection of the computer science, information technology with all these disciplines makes it even more important that how, as we now, this is not just a restrictive technology limited to computer science domain, but it has expanded its boundaries to the last person in the society. When we talk of digital transformation of the country, when we want to make the last person in the society access to the quality of education, which actually is only available to limited people who have the luxury or the privilege to study in institutions which are housed in cities like Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta. The same digital technology and smart systems are making the quality of education available to the last person in the society. So these advanced communication systems and the intelligence systems are enabler or democratization of knowledge in the society. So in fact, I would really like to use this platform to, in fact, I hope that the conference will also, look to the various papers that are being, presented in the conference will address various aspects in which, how the advanced communication systems and the intelligence systems contributing in making the life of an individual better. Say, for example, if we, in fact, this is one study which one of our BTech student is doing, in which we are trying to use the artificial intelligence and drone technology to sort out the waste that gets generated. And this usually what we see in the streets, the scavengers are basically segregating the waste. So I mean, I'm just giving you one example in which the technology can be used, and obviously the limit, the application are immense, ubiquitously spread in terms of the application that this technology has. So similarly, when we come to say for example, application of these as we are progressing in terms of we are slated to become the third largest economy, and we are talking about the manner in which the infrastructure is developing. We are talking about smart cities. So obviously role of advanced communication systems and the intelligence systems is going to be paramount. And obviously the issues related to sustainability come in, because the moment we use these systems, so obviously the resources, material resources that go in, it basically reduces the material requirement for facilitating the same, the facilities which otherwise are made available in the absence of these systems. So I won't, stand between the other speakers, and I would just like to thank the organizers and also the school for, first of all giving me this opportunity and for thinking and about such a conference. And obviously because this is the third edition, and I do hope that as the editions progress, the expansion of the domain of applications of these, the communication systems and the intelligence systems will spread, and it will benefit the society in a more larger manner. Thank you so much. Discipline of computer science, what used to exist 20-30 years back, is not just limited to that particular domain, but it is expanding and reaching out to the the manner in which we are making payment. A sabzi wala makes a payment. Again, it's an indication how the technology is basically contributing in making the life of individuals better and more efficient. So therefore, in that context, obviously the initial remarks given by Professor Ghosh about setting the agenda and context of the conference, in which various aspects related to data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things would be discussed in different tracks. So obviously, when we see the manner in which the world as a whole, especially the developed world, has developed, at times, the development trajectory that the Western world has followed has resulted in certain, implications on the planet. And therefore, it becomes, and all those things basically didn't result as out of any intentional damage to be made to the planet, but again, the repercussions of the actions were not imagined. So with the advancement of, knowledge created in the various disciplines and the interconnections that exist, as through illustration I tried to give through civil engineering, mechanical engineering, and the intervention and connection of the computer science, information technology with all these disciplines makes it even more important that how, as we now, this is not just a restrictive technology limited to computer science domain, but it has expanded its boundaries to the last person in the society. When we talk of digital transformation of the country, when we want to make the last person in the society access to the quality of education, which actually is only available to limited people who have the luxury or the privilege to study in institutions which are housed in cities like Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta. The same digital technology and smart systems are making the quality of education available to the last person in the society. So these advanced communication systems and the intelligence systems are enabler or democratization of knowledge in the society. So in fact, I would really like to use this platform to, in fact, I hope that the conference will also, look the various papers that are being, presented in the conference will address various aspects in which, how the advanced communication systems and the intelligence systems contributing in making the life of an individual better. Say for example, if we, in fact, this is one study which one of our BTech student is doing, in which we are trying to use the artificial intelligence and drone technology to sort out the waste that gets generated. And this usually what we see in the streets, the scavengers are basically segregating the waste. So I mean, I'm just giving you one example in which the technology can be used, and obviously the limit, the application are immense, ubiquitously spread in terms of the application that this technology has. So similarly, when we come to say for example application of these as we are progressing in terms of we are slated to become the third largest economy, and we are talking about the manner in which the infrastructure is developing, we are talking about smart cities. So obviously role of advanced communication systems and the intelligence systems is going to be paramount. And obviously the issues related to sustainability come in, because the moment we use these systems, so obviously the resources, material resources that go in, it basically reduces the material requirement for facilitating the same, the facilities which otherwise are made available in the absence of these systems. So I won't, stand between the other speakers, and I would just like to thank the organizers and also the school for, first of all giving me this opportunity and for thinking and about such a conference. And obviously because this is the third edition, and I do hope that as the editions progress, the expansion of the domain of applications of these, the communication systems and the intelligence systems will spread, and it will benefit the society in a more larger manner. Thank you so much.
Good morning to all of you. On the occasion of this third international conference on advanced communication and intelligence systems, I would like to thanks to the organizing committee and the institutional leadership for extending this invitation to a student of science for this beautiful gathering on this International Science Conference on Intelligence System. On the dais, our Honorable Chief Guest, our Senior Guide and Honorable President, South Asian University, New Delhi, Professor K.K. Agrawal, sir, our esteemed colleague, Professor Prateek Sharma ji, Vice Chancellor, Delhi Technological University, Honorable Rector, Jawaharlal Nehru University, who are not present here, Professor Satish Chandra Garguti ji, Dean, School of Computer Science and System, Professor Jahid Raza, esteemed guest from abroad, from Liverpool John Murray University, Professor Gyu Myun Lee, Professor Adnan Anwar, Director Crest, Deccan University, Australia, and esteemed guests from abroad who are connecting with through online, Professor Bjorn Schuller, Technical University of Munich, Germany, Professor Daniela Paluzzi, University of Teramo, Italy. The chair of this conference, our esteemed colleague Dr. Buddha Singh, Dr. Ankush Ghosh, the organizing secretary Dr. Sharma. Of the dais, Professor Satish Chandji, our esteemed colleague from BHU, Professor Ratneshwar, Professor Vidyarthi, to whom I remember my 90s when I was a research student. Distinguished guests, scientists, faculty members, researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen. On this auspicious conference on advanced communication and intelligence system, to whom I am not a subject expert, but being a student of science, being a student of nuclear science, if I look at the computer science R&D development, then I see few of the grand challenges. What I see a physicist starts from artificial and machine learning. In our society, people are very afraid. Common people are afraid that the job will get away from the market once artificial intelligence and machine learning will come up in a great way. Despite significant advancement, developing robust and explainable artificial systems remains a challenge as of today. How we can ensure artificial intelligence systems which are fair, unbiased, and ethically aligned with the human values, what we think is very crucial. Improving interpretability, avoiding algorithm bias, and addressing privacy concerns are some of the ongoing challenges what a scientist see must be addressed. When I go to the second challenge, I see the security and privacy as of today's world makes a very important role. So with this increasing reliance on technology innovations, ensuring the security and privacy of the data as well as the system is a pressing challenge of the day. When we talk about the robust encryption techniques which enhances cybersecurity measures and addressing vulnerability in complex systems are also critical. Already our esteemed colleague Professor Sharma talked about the big data, the rapid growth of data. I am a particle physicist. I do billions of simulations at Large Hadron Collider experiments, and once we get the run data to our server, it is coming in terabytes. So it is a huge challenge, as I see as a student of science, how to store it, how a small group can get the storage of 100 terabytes in a year or something like that. I think our practitioners in this intelligence system has to provide some sort of solution to this world. When I go to Internet of Things is an era, so I see that these IoT devices are also giving a lot of data on day-to-day basis. So how to put this IoT based data in an intelligent way, we are not aware, we are not an expert on it. Then I see that developing high quality softwares, sometimes within times, sometimes with this economical budget constraints, remains a high challenge in higher education system. So how we could cope up to advance this software development, its methodology, ensuring software reliability and scalability, and managing the complexity of this large scale software system are some of the key areas what I see as a student of physics which needs to be focused. Quantum computing need not to be addressed. We all researchers know why quantum computing is the need of our as of today, and therefore the building stable and error resistant quantum systems we have to develop. One more important challenge I see, which is human computer interactions. How to enhance natural language processing, gesture recognitions, accessibility features, and users experience design are some of the crucial research area where a researcher of this area has to work hard. Then at last, in any area of research, whether it is social science, whether it is science, whether it is technology, or any other field, the prime thing is ethics and social implications. As I said of our colleague Professor Sharma, that at the end, in any area of research, it has to go from lab to the society. So, whatever we are doing in day-to-day basis in the field of advanced communication and intelligence system or any other areas of computer science and technology it has to be benefited for our society at large, for whole planet. Sustainability in 21st century is one of the important area, and already UNO Sustainability Development Goal, Millennium Goals are well described, and we all researchers has to work how we can give a good sustainability to our earth. So with these, some of the challenges what I see as a student of science, I just mentioned because I'm not an expert, but I do hope that these grand challenges require continuous research, collaboration at national or international level, and innovation to derive the progress in the field of computer science, in the field of advanced communication and intelligence system, which will address the evolving needs of our society. With these few words, I would not take much time. I would stop myself, and once again, I am thankful to JNU, to the organizing committee, and Computer Science and Systems School for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on this very wonderful morning on the inauguration ceremony of this international conference on advanced communication and intelligence system. So with this word, I once again thank you all. Thank you so much.
Welcoming Professor Lee from Liverpool John Moores University, UK, renowned for his groundbreaking work in artificial intelligence, Professor Lee's research spans a diverse array of fields, from the Internet of Things to blockchain, data governance, and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Yu Mong Lee.
Very honored to be here as a guest keynote speaker of this conference. So this conference is very important, has very important topics such as advanced communications and intelligent systems. You know, AI technology recently, there are lots of opportunities to provide certain intelligence for innovative services. So in this regard, I believe many colleagues as an organizing committee or technological supporting committees, and then various kind of contributors for contributing to submitting a lot of papers. So this conference might be very useful and very important opportunities to exchange innovative and recent technical advances. So I really encourage you to have a good chance to exchange and populating and also encouraging relevant discussions together. Furthermore, this kind of a conference need to be continued in the future, I believe. So in this regard, next time we also would like to review and see and find various kind of good research topics and collaborations together. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thanks. So thank you for joining today's session. Thanks to the organizing committee for organizing such a lovely, nice, lively conference. And thanks for inviting me. Thanks for joining sessions in person as well as the online audiences. And thanks the esteemed guest here who presented very valuable speech before me. Now, I feel like I'm speechless. They have mentioned so important, valuable speech. What should I say now? And I wish I could have all these speeches dump into the ChatGPT, get a summary and speech from the ChatGPT. That's our generation, right? Now, although ChatGPT, some people have positive impact, other people thinks negatively. We also encourage students to use ChatGPT, but there is a word before, responsible use. So all the benefits of IT technology mentioned by the honorable speakers, that is shaping our society, that is shaping our culture, but as long as we make the ethical, responsible uses, At the same time, we identify the scope, how we can make them help better to build connected and cyber-safe community, society, and infrastructures. Now, I'm from Deakin University. I'm the course director of postgrad cybersecurity education. Within my portfolio, I look up the Master of Cybersecurity, Master of Cybersecurity Professional, and Graduate Certificate. Now, my connection with India is very deeply rooted, and in this occasion, I also want to share that Deakin is also, starting a campus. This is India's first campus, foreign campus in India, which is the Keep City campus, and we are also starting cybersecurity as the first course. As a course director, I'm really, grateful, and I'm really proud to say that it will also help build Indians, future graduates, cyber safe ready. And universities like JNU, this is STEM university, other universities, we can all work together and make collaboration to help this happen, to protect India, to protect Australia, and protect the global cyber community. Now, I also want to share, as a person, I like to work with AI machine learning based techniques, data-driven techniques to help build cyber resilient infrastructure. I'm involved in a few different projects, including ambience intelligence. I got a very interesting example from civil engineering, the connection of civil engineering and AI. We are doing similar, kind of projects where a user will simply walk into a room, and based on the ambient intelligence, based on Wi-Fi network, CC camera information, the user will be authenticated continuously to give better access, privilege, authorization in an automated manner. So now the world is connected and all this discipline is together. Now Deakin has agenda to make sustainability, which has been touched by many esteemed speakers. At the same time, building cyber-safe community is another agenda, and I'll be speaking about cybersecurity aspects. At the same time, I want to mention that cybersecurity is not only for IT or engineering students. I'm really glad to see many students from this discipline. At the same time, people who are from other disciplines don't feel disconnected. We are here to connect you because cybersecurity requires people, policy, and it requires people from psychology, criminology, cyber law, and different other areas. Even we have worked together with people from medical schools who worked with virus propagation, real virus propagation, and how that can relate with cybersecurity attack propagation. So we all are now connected. Multidisciplinary research is the future towards building sustainable and cyber-safe community. Thanks. Hopefully we'll talk more. Thanks.
Some of these papers in the 4 tracks, which span, of course, from advanced communications to intelligent systems, and by that touch upon very sensitive issues these days. Communication is helping to get us all connected, and at the same time intelligent systems hold great promises, of course, to revolutionize our world, and it does already in many ways, thinking of ChatGPT, for example, and many other disruptive things that are happening at this very moment. I think New Delhi is a perfect place to hold this conference, as India is taking up right now in helping to advance the science in this field. It's really impressive to see that happening, and I really wish I could be there with you and hope very much to be on the next occasion. So we have to think very carefully about intelligent systems because there is a lot of concern, and some of it, of course, is very justified. We have the law of accelerated returns, for example, suggesting that we have an incredible rise in speed, and developing things will be overtaking us almost at some point. We have been going from learning features rather than having experts to design these features, which took decades, to the next step, to self-learning neural architectures in a very short time, and even more shortly after that potentially came the rise of the foundation models trained on internet-scale data and having massive background knowledge, leading to a whole new time of intelligent systems and AI, where we have no need for data, potentially extra data because of emergent behavior, and also marked by a lot of risks, of course. So we have to be careful, and I'm sure this will be a reoccurring topic in this conference, to design for responsible artificial intelligence, responsible communication, and responsibly design future where we have friendly systems that will help us in a good way. Health has been mentioned. That is my field. That is, of course, for good, and we have many good examples. So while we are developing safe AI, safe intelligence systems, safe communications, let us not forget about all the great benefits that come with it, so that we can really experience all of those. I would again like to thank the organizers very much, and very much look forward to the conference. Thank you very much.
It is my pleasure to join the opening ceremony of International Conference on Advanced Communication and Intelligence System 2024. First of all, I would like to congratulate organizers for organizing this wonderful conference and on this important topic. Unfortunately, I could not able to join in person because of some unavoidable situation at the airport yesterday. It is very important topic, and as it is a very important area here in Asia University, Taiwan. We work on cybersecurity, handling intelligence system, cybersecurity for smart agriculture, smart home, and many other domains. So this is very important to address how to deal with security of such intelligent systems. And as mentioned earlier, it is a perfect place to organize this kind of conferences where experts around the globe can participate, share their knowledge and expertise, and to contribute valuable stuff to research community. So I'll talk more about cybersecurity because it's a need of our, and today most of the traditional services like banking, stock trade, traveling, all are dependent on internet. Internet service disruption is less and less tolerable, and security problems are major obstacle in further development of internet. So internet is making our life easier, smarter, but dangerous. And cyberspace is considered as fifth battlefield after land, sea, water, and space. So it is very important to secure cyberspace of any country, as it is now as critical as securing geographical borders. So facilitating world-class research and innovation in this domain can play a significant role to secure cyberspace. And as already mentioned, Jawaharlal Nehru University, one of the top universities in India, always play a very important role for nation building, to contribute internationally. So I'm sure this kind of conferences, meetings, and research will play a very important role to contribute in this domain as well. And cyber security entrepreneurship is also a very important domain because, as I said, the research issues arises from cyber attack or the losses that are coming from cyberspace are increasing a lot, and there are billions of dollar losses every year. So it is very important to develop cybersecurity tools. So startups should be encouraged, and more and more this domain is required. This wonderful conference and participant, and the chief guest, Professor K.K. Agarwal, and other special guests, directors and chancellors of different universities in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Communication Engineers. We are truly privileged to have Professor Agarwal to grace this occasion. Please give a warm welcome to Professor P.K. Agarwal.
Professor Pratik Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Delhi Technological University, Professor B.K. Singh, Director, IIT-DM, Jabalpur, the Dean of the Faculty, Professor Raza, the guests from outside the academic field in the real sense, Professor Lee in India, from Australia, Professor Radhanan Anwar from Deakin University, Australia. I know this university has been making constant efforts for outreaching in India. When I was Vice Chancellor 20 years ago, then also we interacted with Deakin. But I am happy that finally they have been able to become one of the first 2 universities in India to have a campus in Gift City. Welcome to India, and I hope you have a great stay here. Our guests who join online, the conference coordinator, Professor Buddha Singh, his colleagues here, Dr. Saurabh Sharma, Dr. Ankush Ghosh, very distinguished faculty of this department, many of whom I know personally and have been interacting with them at various forums. Friends, for any academician, it's always a pleasure to visit any great university. And today morning is that day for me when I feel I am addressing the faculty and the young bright students of Jawaharlal Nehru University, which has been always ranked in first few ranks in the country. As a matter of fact, most of the time, the first of the formal universities. I have been looking after ranking for about 4 years and constantly seeing the position of Jawaharlal Nehru University. And that's a matter of pride that we can sustain the merits. It's sometimes easy to achieve something, but to be able to sustain it for umpteen number of years is not a small thing. And I think I will use this opportunity to compliment all the faculty which is available here from JNU for maintaining that national rank and do us proud. Friends, when Dr. Buddha Singh invited me for this conference, it's obviously a great pleasure, and I was very happy to be getting an opportunity to be able to interact with you in this eminent university for a few minutes. Friends, the topic which we have chosen, advanced communication and intelligent systems, I think one can talk about the whole day on this topic. And being of the same background, I am reminded of many things which could be mentioned, but I'll be within the allotted time given to me and will conclude in that. See, when you talk about communication systems, I think just imagine the word 25 years ago. If you can just visualize, my teacher colleagues will be able to, even if the young students are not, just imagine what we were 25 years ago, and that will tell you how communication is important. If you can't compare, you will not even, you are taking everything for granted. Our youth here is so much used to taking the things for granted that they can't even envisage what was the word 25 years ago. And they are so much used to it. And I do say many a times in lighter zone, if your mobile phone is taken for 6 hours, I think half of you will go to the hospitals. That's the kind of scenario to which we are used to. But I remember when I came to Delhi for the first time, when invited to set up IP University in Delhi in 1998, I purchased my first mobile because Kurukshetra, where I was earlier, did not have mobile phones. And when I purchased my first mobile, which I think my grandchildren will never like to have it, It was costing hell, I think about 25,000 rupees. And we used to pay 4 rupees per minute for making a call. 8 rupees 50. That was the kind of scenario with which we were living in. And imagine today, everything is free almost. And India has the unique distinction of the cheapest communication services in the whole world. Everything is almost free. And that has helped us a lot. That has changed the scenario forever. That has created some problems too, which maybe I'll mention. But by and large, we have benefited a lot. Only one benefit, if I talk about, we could survive during 2 years of COVID. Education could continue for 2 years of COVID only because we had good communication system. Otherwise, there was no other mechanism but to declare 0 years for those 2 years and then see whatever happens. But that was the communication which saved us. We are fortunate to live in Delhi and we have different kind of scenario. But just imagine in the villages, the sports teachers took a sports class on mobile. Imagine rural areas where arts teacher taught drawing on mobile. There were villages which could not afford smartphones for the whole class, for the whole village. The village panchayats became so positive and so supportive that they purchased 15 mobile phones from panchayat funds. They will give to 15 students from 8 to 10, another 15 students from 10 to 12, another students from 10 to 12, and thereby make sure everybody in the village gets educated. Unfortunately, in this country, we don't look to the positive stories. We look always, we just have a very focused eye on negative stories. But look at this story where everybody was out to help every other child in the village so that nobody wastes a year. That's the beauty of communication, and that's the beauty of our inherent positivity. I may differ with many, but I have my conviction to say we are an inherently positive country. We are inherently, God has bestowed more positivity on us than many other countries, and that is our USP to take us forward. That has to be coupled with communication. I remember in one of my trips abroad, some of the media persons are always trying to prick you. They ask me, sir, when you are talking, say Bhagwan Ram was born in India, Bhagwan Krishna was born in India, so and so. How come everybody was born in India? Gods were not born in any other countries in that ratio. I said, I was in California. I said, why don't you grow mango here? He says, mango requires a climate. And we don't have that climate, therefore we grow mango. I said, we have answered the question. Gods who take avatar also require a climate, which is available in India, which is not available in most of the other parts of the country. And therefore, we have created that climate, and that climate still persists. And that climate is very responsible, very desirable to take us forward in our mission. Communication is adding to it in a big way. Talking about the same mobile story, when the mobile phone was to be invented in the world, the best of the two companies, the best of the telecom company AT&T Labs and the best of the business company KPMG joined hands. And they had a project to study, should mobile phone be launched? Will it ever be a commercial venture? That was the question. Just imagine. Two biggest companies in the world are debating the question, should mobile phone be put in the market at all or not? And today, I can bet you look to the drawers of every house, you will find 4 or 5 mobile phones being dumped there. That is the kind of scenario and communication we have come. That is without knowing the facts. Many people talk about sustainability, I mentioned. So many of you who have kept phones in the drawers may not know that every mobile phone has about $10 of gold in it. and many other costly metals. And therefore, when they talk about sustainability, one of the very great problems which will come in the future is e-waste. We have so much of e-waste in stored, which has to be taken care of. But having said that, communication has shown us in the world the highest rate of change. There has been no other technology in the world whose rate of change has been as high as of communication or ICT technologies. And that is something to be believed in. It is to be simulated, it is to be assimilated. It's very difficult to do an analogy. Only the crudest but the best analogy which I've read is, if the aircraft industry, which itself has developed a lot, has kept the same pace as communication technologies, we should have been able to fly 50,000 people in one plane from Delhi to New York in 15 minutes at a cost of $1 each. If that would have happened, if the pace of aircraft development would have been the same as that of communication technology. That is the 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. We can't even explain the difference between these technologies. And mind you, those of you who know, these are quantum changes. When we go to 3G to 4G, it's not a simple increment. It's a quantum change. When you go to 4G to 5G, it's quantum change. And you will see in the very near future what all will happen. But I would also like to mention, as communication engineer, we were very adaptable. We never said no to a new thing. And that's the beauty of advances in communication. I remember good old days, again my senior friends will remember, we used to have phones in the houses which are always connected with wire. There was no mobile phones, and phones were always connected with wire. But one fine day we thought, well, technology is such, we can cut off, remove all wires and have mobile phones. At the same time, almost at the same time, TVs were all without wire. They used to have massive Yagi antenna on the rooftops and connected to the TV, but we decided cable TV is much better than wireless TV. So we decide to cut the wire from the phone, we decide to put the wire on the TV. That is our flexibility in communication, that whatever suits us the best, we will take it as an advantage to the society. Today, there is a very strong debate going on that the broadband, which we are all now used to and which is backbone of 4G and 5G, is probably best delivered through the wire. Again, we all have mobile phones now using broadband, but the very few years, I think, maybe before you invite me next to JNU, we will have wires running through all houses to connect to broadband, because that will be faster, that will be cheaper, and Ministry of Urban Development is working day in and day out how the new housing society norms are modified to say that the broadband cable is a part of the housing of every room. Now that's the kind of communication advances which take us forward and forward all through. Friends, I've been a student of these subjects and therefore a little passionate about it, and obviously a little biased also towards it. But talk about system engineering. See, system engineering basically taught us how to be systematic, if I put it in the simplest form. And how to be systematic is neither engineering nor science, it is life. If you know how to be systematic, it will help you in life's every aspect. And the people who can be systematic, who can incremental, I think 3-4 months before I was addressing a conference in USA, and they were talking about design thinking, which has become a buzzword again, in addition to artificial intelligence and cyber security. Design thinking, everybody's talking about design thinking. I did ask a question, why don't we apply design thinking to higher education system per se? And we have not done that. We all in higher education talk about design thinking, but it never comes to our mind, why don't we apply the concept of design thinking to design our higher education system, the better one, to begin with. So that is what we have to. Artificial intelligence, friends, is taking us like a storm and will continue to do so for quite some time. My friend talked about ChatGPT, and I read just a couple of days before, somebody puts in ChatGPT, when I come out of a university, how do I feel like? And the answers are stupid, indifferent, sad, frustrated, unfortunate, very unfortunate. If ChatGPT feels that our universities are making the graduates stupid, indifferent, sad, then we have something to look forward to very seriously begin. Why does it happen? And you will believe me when I tell you something else, I'm not joking. When we were students, we used to go to the school laughing, talking, playing, everything. Now today when I see these young children going to the school, every child is a sad face. And every mother who is keeping the child to the bus is also a sad face. That is what has to be looked for in education. Unless we see the education as a joy, unless we see the education as a welcome step, unless we make our education where the children enjoy, things will not improve. Artificial intelligence can help us to do it. But are we making enough positive uses of it? That's the question. Every technology has a negative aspect, so I am not worried about that. I don't know of any technology in the world, right from epic age of Mahabharata or Ramayana or whatever, that a technology never had negative effects. It always had. But it is for the society to make sure that we make the positive uses of technology and not the negative uses of technology. The person in Google who served 10 years on artificial intelligence resigned and said, I feel like a cruel sinner that I have worked on AI which will damage the world. But on the other hand, AI has many useful applications. It is changing the world, it's creating more jobs, it is, I read an article which says maybe in a couple of years we will have only BTech AI. And mechanical engineering will be a subset of that. You apply AI to mechanical engineering and you become mechanical engineer. You become AI to civil engineering and you become civil engineer. You become AI to computer engineer, you become computer engineer. AI might become a common denominator of all engineering, and where the case studies will decide what domain specialization is yours. Now if that's the kind of technology, you can't live without it, you can't do without it. And every student here, every teacher here will have to make sure that we learn to live with AI and try to be as positive about it as possible. Cyber security, my friend mentioned, and now people are talking about how about cyber security of AI systems, which have much more damaging potential. AI systems are taking us by storm, and therefore their creative potential is high, their damaging potential is also high. And therefore cyber security applications to AI systems is going to become a very important area. But then the beauty of these technologies have been that we invented the solutions using our technology whenever a problem was visible. When TV came, lot of people, cable TV came, lot of articles, it will spoil the households, children will say bad things all the day. Is it happening now? No. The technology invented child law, the technology invented that you can control. ChatGPT, when it came, I think 6 months was full of negative news. ChatGPT will kill the world, this will happen, that will. It has already stabilized to a reasonably positive tool of creative knowledge. So technologies are never bad. We conceive it bad to begin with, that's our bad nature. But then technology helps us to stabilize. That's happening with all these technologies. And now fortunately, today we talk about cyber security, and all the time we believe our systems are secure because we believe that our key will, encryption and decryption will never be deciphered by fastest computers we have. When we go to quantum computers, which are billion times faster than this, every key of today can be broken. So therefore, cyber security will have to totally change the way they work today. And unless we assimilate, simulate, and anticipate these changes, we will not be prepared for the society. And the only solution, I feel, is what our national education policy has given. People have to work together. Social sciences and computer scientists will have to work together. If we don't work together, we might create havocs, unfortunately, unintentionally. But we'll have to work together with various disciplines to make sure that every branch of science, every branch of technology results into positive impacts to the society. And that is a call which I want to make from the forum of the great social science university in this country, Jawaharlal Nehru University, that this is the university which we should take lead in synergizing social sciences and physical sciences to work together. If there is any way we can help in this process, we will be able to do that. I think all of us will be able to do that, but it's our joint social responsibility. With these words, I thank Dr. Buddha Singh and all the management of JNU to give me an opportunity to interact with you and wish you a great conference. Thank you very much. It is for the society to make sure that we make the positive uses of technology and not the negative uses of technology. The person in Google who served 10 years on artificial intelligence resigned and said, I feel like a cruel sinner that I have worked on AI which will damage the world. But on the other hand, AI has many useful applications. It is changing the world, it's creating more jobs, it is, I read an article which says maybe in a couple of years we will have only BTech AI. And mechanical engineering will be a subset of that. You apply AI to mechanical engineering and you become mechanical engineer. You become AI to civil engineering and you become civil engineer. You become AI to computer engineer, you become computer engineer. AI might become a common denominator of all engineering, and where the case studies will decide what domain specialization is yours. Now, if that's the kind of technology, you can't live without it, you can't do without it. And every student here, every teacher here will have to make sure that we learn to live with AI and try to be as positive about it as possible. Cyber security, my friend mentioned, and now people are talking about how about cyber security of AI systems, which have much more damaging potential. AI systems are taking us by storm, and therefore their creative potential is high, their damaging potential is also high. And therefore cyber security applications to AI systems is going to become a very important area. But then the beauty of these technologies have been that we invented the solutions using our technology whenever a problem was visible. When TV came, lot of people, cable TV came, lot of articles, it will spoil the households, children will say bad things all the day. Is it happening now? No. The technology invented child law, the technology invented that you can control. ChatGPT, when it came, I think 6 months was full of negative news. ChatGPT will kill the world, this will happen, that will. It has already stabilized to a reasonably positive tool of creative knowledge. So technologies are never bad. We conceive it bad to begin with, that's our bad nature. But then technology helps us to stabilize. That's happening with all these technologies. And now fortunately, today we talk about cyber security, and all the time we believe our systems are secure because we believe that our key will, encryption and decryption will never be deciphered by fastest computers we have. When we go to quantum computers, which are billion times faster than this, every key of today can be broken. So therefore cyber security will have to totally change the way they work today. And unless we assimilate, simulate, and anticipate these changes, we will not be prepared for the society. And the only solution, I feel, is what our national education policy has given. People have to work together. social sciences and computer scientists will have to work together. If we don't work together, we might create havocs, unfortunately, unintentionally. But we'll have to work together with various disciplines to make sure that every branch of science, every branch of technology results into positive impacts to the society. And that is a call which I want to make from the forum of the great social science university in this country, Jawaharlal Nehru University, that this is the university which we should take lead in synergizing social sciences and physical sciences to work together. If there is any way we can help in this process, we will be able to do that. I think all of us will be able to do that, but it's our joint social responsibility. With these words, I thank Dr. Buddha Singh and all the management of JNU to give me an opportunity to interact with you and wish you a great conference. Thank you very much.
To student presentations and workshops aimed at enhancing skills in research methodologies, presentation techniques and career development. Furthermore, it embraces diversity and inclusivity, inviting participants from various disciplines, backgrounds and geographic regions. Whether you're a seasoned researcher, a budding entrepreneur or a student eager to explore the frontiers of technology, there's something for everyone here. It is committed to promoting sustainability and environmental consciousness. We encourage participants to minimize their carbon footprint by opting for eco-friendly transportation options, reducing paper usage, and embracing digital platforms for communication and collaboration. A very gracious welcome to ICACIS. It is an absolute pleasure to see all of you gathered here today, joining us for the third year of this conference. Allow me to extend a warm welcome to our respected chief guest, Mr. K.K. Agarwal, and our esteemed dignitaries, Professor Prateek Sharma, Professor B.K. Singh, Professor Yumong Lee, Professor Adnan Anwar, Professor John W. Schaller, Professor Danielo Peluzzi, Professor Brijpi Gupta. Your presence brings a sense of honor and distinction to our event, and we are deeply grateful for your participation. To all our valued guests, speakers, delegates and participants, your presence here signifies your dedication and commitment to the event. We are delighted to have you with us today and are eager to engage in thought-provoking discussions and fruitful conversations. Let us embrace this opportunity with enthusiasm and open minds, and let us strive to make the most of our time together. As we embark on this journey together, let us embrace this opportunity to learn from each other, share our expertise, and forge new connections that will inspire and propel us forward. Once again, a heartfelt welcome to everyone present. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, and here's to a successful and enriching afternoon. Thank you. I now request all the dignitaries and the guest of honor and the organizers to please come together for a group picture. Everyone.
Please join us, all the dignitaries, Professor Ratneshwar sir, Professor Sushil sir, Dr. Aisha ma'am, and sitting down on the stage.
Can we have everybody please join us on, maybe everybody can, the rest of you can join us as well please for the group picture. The rest of the people who are sitting there, please join us for a group picture. We can stand here maybe in front of the stage. digital twin technology and its transformative applications. With a distinguished career spanning academia and industry, Professor Lee brings unparalleled expertise and vision to the forefront of technological innovation. Currently holding the esteemed position of Professor at Liverpool John Moores University, UK, and boasting affiliations with prestigious institutions such as ICACIS in South Korea, Professor Lee's contributions to the advancement of digital infrastructure are both profound and far-reaching. His research interests are as broad as they are impactful, covering areas such as Internet of Things, computational trust, blockchain, and data and AI governance. Professor Lee's work extends beyond theoretical exploration. He actively contributes to standardization efforts in organizations like ITUT, IETF, and 1M2M, shaping the future landscape of digital infrastructure and services. Today, Professor Lee will illuminate us on the informative and transformative potential of AI-powered digital twins, elucidating their role in simulation, analysis, and predictive maintenance across diverse industries. He will underscore the significance of composable approaches and architectures in scaling up digital twins to meet the evolving demands of modern infrastructures and services. With over 200 publications and numerous accolades to his name, Professor Lee's contributions to the fields are undeniable. His dedication to driving innovation and his deep understanding of the interconnectedness of the emerging technologies make him a true thought leader in the realm of digital twins. Without further delay, let us extend a warm welcome to Professor Yumong Lee as he takes us on a journey to the exciting world of AI-powered digital twins. Let's welcome Professor Yumong Lee.
My name is Yumong Lee. Thank you for introduction. So today's talk is digital twin. So I believe you know various kind of recent technical advances. So in this regard, I would like to show several important technical challenges related to AI-powered composable digital twins. Firstly, let me introduce several emerging technologies, and then there are some important keywords such as microservice and lesson 3 composable architecture. So based on these two concepts, I would like to emphasize the importance of composable digital twins in order to develop continuum environments. And then one of the important challenges is co-design concept. So firstly, you know AI, so one of the main topics of this conference is also artificial intelligence, certain intelligence systems. Whenever we consider AI techniques without data, it's not possible to support anything. So in this regard, data is really fundamentally important. But rather than just the conventional data, we really want to get actionable knowledge from the value of data creation. In that case, various kinds of intelligence techniques also need to be well utilized and interconnected. And then eventually, our networking technologies and the service technological solutions also need to be improved. This is a kind of fully automated infrastructure. However, lesson 3, there are various kind of some issues. You know, IoT is very important. When we first developed the Internet of Things, at the time we mainly concentrate on the connectivity issues via communication interfaces. Because without connecting, we cannot exchange anything. So, however, rather than just concentrate on the connectivity issues, lesson 3, more important challenge is how to create value. From the values, we can make money. So all of the challenges are related to data issues and then AI solutions. So in this context, initially we have concentrated on the cyber-physical systems. This is a kind of just a IoT systems in order to consider various kinds of intelligent services. But lesson 3, one interesting point is to create digital twins. There are lots of real entities in real environment here. How we logically represent individual entities as a software component in the virtual environment, internet, that is the really fundamental issues. So rather than just considering lots of components independently from the real world, currently tightly associated entities like digital twins are really innovative solutions. In that case, inside the digital twin, we need to include lots of innovative solutions like AI techniques. So then twins can behave like a human with a brain. But you know, AI solutions, we have a lot of risky environment. So in this regard, although these kind of technical solutions are very challenging, we need to make sure data security issues, privacy, including governance issues. So in this regard, rather than just communication-centric approaches, as I already indicated from the beginning, the importance of data, lesson 3, data-centric approach is really innovative solutions. In this context, there are lots of key areas, such as various kind of new technical challenges to successfully build a trustworthy environment. That kind of things are very important. Another important topic is decentralization. So currently, client-server internet models is not so efficient in terms of users' privacy matters. So in this context, there are lots of initiatives to provide some right to own data. You have data, you can have the right to control your own data. So in this context, there are lots of opportunities to support distributed and decentralized solutions. In that case, rather than just rely on one particular companies like Google, Amazon, Facebook, so we need to consider to build up our own infrastructure to successfully deliver our data and maintain data. So in this context, rather than just monolithic issues, we can consider to separately support lots of small pieces of services, and then combine them, we can support a large service. That is the concept of a microservice. Actually, you don't need to create lots of holistic services by yourself. Rather than that kind of manners, like here, you know, there are lots of different computing technologies. From the centralized cloud computing, recently distributed, very dynamically decentralized computing solutions. The issue is that these kind of computing solutions are physically separated. However, we need to build up quite one single ecosystem. So how we consider to manage lots of different computing resources in a harmonized way. So in this context, like here, whenever we consider to support data-driven services from the collection to use data for supporting relevant services, we could divide into various kinds of different components for individual small pieces of service, and then work together in a collaborative manner. We can generate lots of new services, like Lego block. So if you have a Lego block, small Lego pieces, we can combine, assemble them, and then we can make lots of different products. Very similarly, like here, although we have lots of different resources and data are distributed geographically, how we interconnect them, how we operate them together, that is the quite important challenges in a decentralized, distributed environment by using microservice concept. In this context, from the AI perspectives, we don't need to just rely on just a single one cloud, we should consider to develop lots of distributed AI agents. Some case AI solutions will be embedded in your mobile phone. So we don't need to consider to use lots of computing powers from outside. But issue is, although you consider to use your mobile phone, lots of coordinating roles need to be made with many other computing resources. That is the lots of important things for decision making. Some cases you need real-time decision making locally, but some cases you need lots of decision making globally with very intensive computing powers. In this context, how we well organize this kind of multiple computing resources with a different level of the AI techniques, with a different level of intelligence. That is the very fundamental solutions to use microservice concept. So in this regard, today, the main topic is how we create digital twin with the concept of a microservice, like composable ideas. Previously, I just mentioned microservice concepts, the importance of microservice when we consider to use a kind of harmonized ways. Very similarly, Gartner, this organization, well identified the importance of composable business applications. There are lots of applications. We don't need to individually vertically create so many number of applications. We have very common functionalities. Traditionally, in case of Internet of Things, we have made platform. By using existing solutions, functions, we can easily create various kind of vertical applications. Very similarly, if we can consider composable approaches, you just need to develop small idea with a software entity. Many different ideas need to be well interconnected. That is the composable architecture concept. Now I am talking about digital twins. Basically, we need to consider associated physical entities. These kind of entities will generate lots of data. Then that kind of information needs to be represented in a cyberspace. That is the digital twins. Digital twin can be divided into multiple classes, certain object aspects. So then, like the Lego blocks here, we can firstly consider to build up an atomic, very small piece of the digital twin, and then we can composite them. Then we can eventually consider to create composite system of twins. That is the composable digital twins. So by using this kind of things, we don't need to actually develop whole of the digital twin components. For example, if you just buy a product, just a small piece of the physical device, then we can just logically represent this one as a small software entities. That kind of software entities can be interconnected with other software entities, other digital twins. In this regard, multiple capabilities can be interconnected with a modular approach. In order to do that, like API, application program interfaces, we need lots of solutions. For example, here, single digital twin, we need to define relevant interface. We also need to define relevant channels. Then we can consider to interconnect and then combining them, and then with one single large component, we can operate them successfully. That is the very fundamentally important concepts regarding composable digital twins. Then you need to think about why we need this kind of solutions. Previously, I started from the Internet of Things technologies. basically we have considered an unlimited number of sensors and devices. Apart from the communication aspect among so many different devices and sensors, we started to collect data. Data are accumulated. Then accumulated data can be used for supporting various kinds of AI solutions for intelligence. The issue is, rather than just considering this kind of sensing data, various kind of different pieces of the hardware and software component distributed manner, we need to provide a holistic ideas to support this kind of key solutions. That is the digital continuum aspect. As I illustrated, distributed computing environment such as cloud computing, fog computing, edge computing, etc. Currently, so many number of important components like a networking component, service supporting technologies, big data, cloud, many cyber physical systems. The challenging is how we interconnect them. Although this kind of small pieces of data need to be well interconnected, then one single environment, logically interconnected, can be called as a continuum. So then, apart from real world like this, we can create one more space, virtual world. So we can consider to develop so many number of applications via my avatar in the cyberspace. That's the digital twins. So then lots of AI solutions, lots of models need to be well supported. So then this kind of individual solutions can be interpreted as a software entities. Then this kind of each software need to have relevant data models and then certain particular logics for supporting intelligence. But rather than just considering only single entity isolated like this, but multiple connected environment, we can call this one is digital continuum. So then each digital twin has multiple purposes, and then these kind of multiple purposes digital twins are connected, then eventually a large-scale digital twin environment can be generated. Originally, we started to consider to represent only single system, and then we can consider to support a relatively large scope, such as a city environment, some case certain particular large geographically distributed areas. But in the UK, one of the examples is to create national digital twins. This kind of manner, eventually we can consider to create another world with the softwares. That is the really fundamental important issues. In that case, rather than just considering to building up certain particular systems, we need to successfully operate these kind of systems. We also need to update current systems step by step. This is a kind of evolving platforms, a kind of some intelligent platforms. Don't need to rely on individual humans like Internet of Things. Autonomically, our software environment can be evolved, and then lots of new functionalities can be added with the help of several new techniques of artificial intelligence. So we mentioned some keywords such as ChatGPT, etc. for the recent advances of the artificial intelligence. More interestingly, how we interactively exchange lots of data and then recognize certain particular situations in an autonomous manner. That is one of the ways to giving certain intelligence to the system. Then don't need to just only consider to build up one single system or one single element. Each element is digital twins. In this regard, multiple capabilities can be interconnected with a modular approach. In order to do that, like API, application program interfaces, we need lots of solutions. For example, here, single digital twin, we need to define relevant interface. We also need to define relevant channels. Then we can consider to interconnect and then combining them and then with one single large component, we can operate them successfully. That is the very fundamentally important concepts regarding composable digital twins. Then you need to think about why we need this kind of solutions. Previously, I started from the Internet of Things technologies. Basically, we have considered unlimited number of sensors and devices. Apart from the communication aspect among so many different devices and sensors, we started to collect data. Data are accumulated. Then accumulated data can be used for supporting various kinds of AI solutions for intelligence. The issue is, rather than just considering this kind of sensing data, various kind of different pieces of the hardware and software component distributed manner, we need to provide a holistic ideas to support this kind of key solutions. That is the digital continuum aspect. As I illustrated, distributed computing environment such as cloud computing, fog computing, edge computing, etc. Currently, so many number of important components like a networking component, service supporting technologies, big data, cloud, many cyber physical systems. The challenging is how we interconnect them. Although this kind of small pieces of data need to be well interconnected, then one single environment, logically interconnected, can be called as a continuum. So then, apart from real world like this, we can create one more space, virtual world. So we can consider to develop so many number of applications via my avatar in the cyberspace. That's the digital twins. So then lots of AI solutions, lots of models need to be well supported. So then this kind of individual solutions can be interpreted as a software entities. Then this kind of each software need to have relevant data models and then certain particular logics for supporting intelligence. But rather than just considering only single entity isolated like this, but multiple connected environment, we can call this one is digital continuum. So then each digital twin has multiple purposes, and then these kind of multiple purposes digital twins are connected, then eventually a large-scale digital twin environment can be generated. Originally, we started to consider to represent only single system, and then we can consider to support a relatively large scope, such as a city environment, some case certain particular large geographically distributed areas. But in the UK, one of the examples is to create national digital twins. This kind of manner, eventually we can consider to create another world with the softwares. That is the really fundamentally important issues. In that case, rather than just considering to building up certain particular systems, we need to successfully operate these kind of systems. we also need to update current systems step by step. This is a kind of evolving platforms, a kind of some intelligent platforms. Don't need to rely on individual humans, like Internet of Things. Autonomically, our software environment can be evolved, and then lots of new functionalities can be added with the help of several new techniques of artificial intelligence. So we mentioned some keywords such as ChatGPT, etc., for the recent advances of the artificial intelligence. More interestingly, how we interactively exchange lots of data and then recognize certain particular situations in an autonomous manner. That is one of the ways to giving certain intelligence to the system. Then don't need to just only consider to build up one single system or one single element. Each element and individual digital twins has certain intelligence. So then we can consider to support lots of operational aspects. But very fundamentally, whenever we consider this kind of environment, we always need to think about the importance of data use rather than data connecting issues. That is the reason why I emphasize the importance of creating values. So this kind of manner, when we consider this kind of solutions, we always think about what is the role of artificial intelligence. For example, networking perspectives, we always consider to support AI-based solutions for controlling and management of our networks. That is the AI solutions for supporting certain particular environments like digital infrastructure. However, recently, all of the services and applications, we really also want to use AI, so that networks also need to support this kind of key innovations. So in this regard, let me introduce very important innovative idea, how we best utilize this kind of digital continuum environment with the concept of core design. Core design means you should think about you will be a developer. For example, you don't need to be a developer, you don't need to be a software engineer, but with the help of lots of tools and techniques, we can easily create our own application, our own software. That is a very interesting point. Very similarly, in the future, networks will not be just a single sort of particular purpose to simply transport data from source to destination by using TCP/IP. That is the current internet. But more interestingly, the role of the networks should support to create large services successfully, like a factory. Network is a factory. Network needs to interconnect so many number of individual users, softwares, various kind of entities together. Then rather than just the transactions, we need to consider to support lots of useful components together to successfully create so many number of services. So in this regard, users will not be just conventional consumers. You can be contributors, you can be producers, you can be a kind of developers, creators. So you can contribute to the network infrastructure, and then so many number of resources. So many resources mean some cases computing resources, certain particular content. Many different resources need to be interconnected, then you can generate certain particular service. That is the factory concept. then eventually this kind of operations need to be automated. That is the self-evolving and the self-adapting techniques, and then lots of optimization solutions. But when we consider to support this kind of interactions, one of the important things is how we believe individuals. Without providing trustworthiness among so many different entities, it's very difficult to support and commercialize this kind of ideas. So in this context, more importantly, based on the connecting digital twins concept with the composable architecture, so many individual Lego blocks like digital twin component can be created by individual users. That kind of digital twins will be interconnected with so many different purposes. Then we can consider to support hierarchical, a kind of multi-tier decision making. Some case very important real-time decision making. Some case city level, quite intensive computing, and then lots of data will be required. Then this kind of multiple decision-making component will be well successfully interconnected. So that is one of the important things to cover for local decision, area level decision, and city level decisions with the help of the interconnected composable digital twins. So then, as I highlighted here, so many number of AI solutions, applications will be created on top of this kind of infrastructure. So then one of the examples like here, many embedded AI techniques will be supported on your mobile device locally, but lots of the solutions still need some agent roles in the edge, various kind of access network node, like base stations, etc. Of course, we also need very intensive and very powerful cloud resources in cloud, and then quite important AI engines will be added in the cloud. The issue is how we will support multiple decision makings and appropriate actions, and then some evolving process with a multi-tier and federated intelligence environment. In order to support this kind of key environment, the very important thing is who really want to create this kind of digital twins. It's not just the developers. We need to think about user-driven composable digital twins. That is the co-creation concept. So individual users can generate digital twins, and we can easily combine them. You can make your own personalized digital twins. You can easily support lots of new functions in your interest, preference, something like this. So in this regard, I would like to clearly emphasize three important things. One is we need to create personalized atomic digital twins. The reason is we, as the data owner of some solutions, we should clearly request the right to own data and controlling aspect. And then this kind of atomic digital twins should be interconnected. This is a composition aspect. Without collaborating each other, there is no synergy. Then eventually this kind of composable digital twins will create a large-scale federated digital twins. Then very importantly, we should technically support three important roles: interoperability, composability, and orchestration. So orchestration is very important. We have so many different components, different users, different ownership issues, but how we will combine them and operate them. So in this regard, finally, I'm glad to conclude my talk We know very well data-driven, data-centric approach is very important in the future from the IoT, AI, and the big data technologies. But more importantly, these kind of data infrastructures will be decentralized. So then eventually we should consider to create trustworthy decentralized data ecosystem with so many number of intelligent software environment with the digital twins. Then lots of collaborations are needed. Actually, PCI concept is very important. P stands for participation. Like currently, so many number of internet service providers, like Facebook. You have a Facebook account. You can just upload your photos to the platforms. Without having so many number of participants, it's not possible. So participation is a really important thing to consider. But apart from only participation, two more important things is collaboration and incentives. We need to collaborate together to generate a particular value. That is the reason why we consider to support co-creation concept. If we really create sort of particular values, then we need to identify who have contributed. That is the incentive issues. We need to provide sort of particular benefits to the individual users. So then that kind of ecosystems will be very essential. Many technical solutions will support these kind of directions. That is also one of the key directions for future internet service providers for supporting Web 3.0 environment. Thank you. That's all for my talk. Thank you. Bye.
Now the session is open for questions and any queries that you have.
Sir, when you spoke about federated learning, right now we are looking for more resource optimization and flooding to each and every devices. So why go from low to up and then again flood it down, and why not just train the global model and then push it to the clients and the endpoints?
Okay, so your question is related to two keywords. One, the trade-off relationship, if you are an engineer, right? So in this context, I would like to emphasize one of the particular reasons to use federation. So in my talk, I clearly emphasize the importance of the ownership of data. For example, you as an owner of the data create a certain particular data, then you do not want to open this data due to privacy matters, etc. So in this context, as much as possible, we need to keep our data locally. But without having data just locally, there's no big synergy, because lots of computing solutions, lots of analytical models will be developed from others, centrally or some distributed, that kind of manners. So in this regard, how we keep as much as possible our data locally and then utilize this kind of benefits from the AI solutions, that is the one of the way to support federated learning. As we already emphasized, there are lots of engineering points where in some cases this kind of approach is not really successful in terms of efficiency or energy consumption, etc. But we need to think about what is really first priority to consider. As I indicated, in terms of security and privacy matters, that kind of importance issues are much more critical case. Then many users want to keep their data locally. But there are many different ways. Partially share certain data and then collaboratively computing and learning and prediction, that kind of things, and then that kind of things will be evenly shared. But in that case, we need to transparently know how our data is successfully transacted, something like this. So in this context, there are lots of additional tools with blockchains, various kind of different tools will be used. So in this context, although I emphasize the importance of distributed or decentralized approaches, very traditional centralized approaches definitely need to be supported. Eventually, we need to hybrid manner, lots of different solutions will be flexibly deployed. So many engineering points, many algorithms, many mechanisms need to be supported. That's my view. Thank you.
A model as microservice?
Yes, so actually service logic in a monolithic manner. For example, in order to support a certain particular service or certain particular applications, you can identify multiple functional components, right? So then each component can be independently developed. For example, when you develop certain software, integration role is always very important. So then many people can very logically well separate the multiple individual functions. Then microservice is very useful tools. Even certain values, you don't need to just replace the whole services. Just one part of the piece of the small component can be corrected, and then certain bug will be successfully sorted out. That kind of certain advantages. But as I also mentioned in the previous question, there is certain issues still. So then we always need to think about how we successfully support this kind of things. Although the concept is very critical, very nice, the important thing is, apart from the concept of microservice, eventually composability issues, composable architecture, it means that the relevant interfaces should be well specified. Then with the common interfaces, we can successfully develop relevant solutions. Then we can easily combine them. So that kind of solutions are very important ways to support. That kind of solution should be well standardized globally.
So you mentioned that what future networking stacks, for example for IoT devices, would look like that do not follow the traditional end-to-end delivery approach, and what work is being done in this direction?
Yes, so end-to-end transport and more, it means that it's not a client-server model. So current internet, just think about current internet, you are consuming data, so you always access a particular server and then retrieve information, right? And then download and enjoy certain particular content, etc. The main problem is one particular server has lots of traffics. Just one way mostly, some cases it's not really interactive way. So in this regard, in order to support this kind of big challenging issues, distributed and decentralized internet consider your data need to be captured locally in the local repository. So you don't need to always upload your data to the server. Then just a peer-to-peer manner, we can interact with each other. But you know, probably there are lots of complexity issues, etc. But that kind of issues need to be well supported. Then you can be just working and just a small server. So you can just host so many number of users. For example, you just host and invite your friends and generate your own service. That kind of small pieces of services will be unlimitedly generated. So that kind of user-centric and user-created services need to be supported. Then our internet should be how we successfully support this kind of individual users' demand. That is one of the important things as a keyword: distributed, virtual, and tailored. Eventually, this kind of infrastructure should be packed with. It means that you can easily combine and assemble and create lots of services, and then run these kind of services. That's the key point.
Dr. Adnan Anwar, Director Postgraduate Cybersecurity, Deakin University, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to embark on a riveting exploration of cybersecurity challenges within the smart grid, led by the esteemed Dr. Anwar. In this keynote session, Dr. Anwar will illuminate the intricate landscape of data integrity attacks, showcasing how adversaries can exploit sensor signals to undermine the stability of our energy systems. Drawing upon his extensive expertise, Dr. Anwar will demonstrate how intelligent adversaries can exploit sensor signals to construct stealthy integrity attacks, posing a significant threat to the integrity of the smart grid. Through data-driven methodologies, these attacks evade traditional detection mechanisms, presenting a critical challenge to grid resilience and security. Furthermore, Dr. Anwar will shed light on the emerging frontier of privacy-preserving data analytics in power system operations, delving into strategies leveraging federated learning-based techniques. He will illuminate pathways to safeguard sensitive information while addressing vulnerabilities in existing mechanisms. Join us as we uncover the complexities of cybersecurity in energy grid operations and explore innovative solutions to fortify grid resilience against evolving threats. Don't miss this opportunity to gain invaluable insights from Dr. Anwar, a trailblazer in cybersecurity research and education. Let's please invite Dr. Anwar.
Can you hear me? Thank you for joining this session. Now I'm going to talk about cybersecurity attacks for smart grid. Now, I know like most of the audience are from computer science, engineering background, and this topic will be very interesting for those who are working with electrical energy systems as well as cyber security. People outside of that area, they will also enjoy, because I'll try to. So if we look, smart grid security is important for today's discussion. What is the need? And then different threat vectors which we can see in today's smart grid, what kind of attacks that can happen, and then we'll look for different possible countermeasures of those attacks. Now, although there have been many researches going on about that, constructing the attack methods and then coming up with the countermeasures, then we need to understand then what is the gap here, what kind of things we need to address for future research, and what is the future research direction should be in the area of smart grid. Now, the number of cyber attack is increasing. It's not a new news, it's known. But if you look from critical infrastructure perspective, this is very severe, because the numbers keep rising every year. If you see this slide, you can see that the number is rising sharply, and it has been the headline of newspapers. So I got this newspaper cut from different Australian newspapers, and it shows like every year there have been events where it is showing that cyber attack is increasing and it has been a national concern. Now the question is, why cyber attack in smart grid is vulnerable? If you before going into that, if you also look this slide, you'll see like this is not only in Australian context, across the global, the number of cyber attacks are increasing in a rapid numbers. Now, why this attack is important? Because if there is a cyber attack in critical infrastructure like smart grid, what will happen? Out of power, blackout. And smart grid or energy grid is connected with other areas like transportation systems, aviation systems, medical systems. Everything is out of order. So not only financial loss, it's a major disruption of operation. And realizing that the number of investment is also growing. If you look here, during 2022-23, Australian Signals Directorate responded 143 cyber incidents, which was only 95 in the previous year. So the number is increasing, and then the budget is also increasing. Australian Energy Market Operator committed like $10 million on cyber security programs. Then the policy is coming. if you look here, Australian energy sector cyber security framework has been developed. So all these initiatives are there. So government is investing money, like standards are being developed, but can we stop these attacks? No. Why? If you look, I think there has been some regulation issues. Can you see it properly from the back? The image quality looks a bit broken. Anyway, like if you look this NIST framework, then we have different market participants, like the markets, the operators, the service providers, and all are interconnected. And if you look from here, is an attack into a field devices. If I point out here, an attack into the field devices, it can pass through the distribution system networks boundary and go to the operation system, and it can affect the energy management system directly. Now, if that is the case, why it's happening? Because look, the traditional energy system was developed thinking that it will work in isolation. That means the energy system, SCADA system, will operate separately from other systems like internet. But now what's happening in today's day to day? We have mobile apps. We are controlling smart lights from our mobile app. So for example, if I connect today into this JNU campus Wi-Fi system, I can control my home smart devices. So this Wi-Fi network, and then the internet, and then my home area network. So everything is now being connected. So the IT system, the OT system, the Internet of Things, everything is now all together. And then the different vendors are coming with different softwares, which are also being used into the smart grid context. So these things are making it very challenging for protecting against attackers. And the smart grid protocol, which basically the traditional Modbus, those are proven vulnerable. So the organizations like NIST, IC, they are deploying cyber security protocols being used for smart grid. Now, if we look, there are many kinds of attack. If we generalize into, based on the security requirement, we can consider like data availability, integrity, and confidentiality attacks. Now, into this scenario, what is data availability attack? For example, there are smart grid devices, for example, intelligent electronic device. If an attacker continuously make jamming to that IED devices, then the IED devices fail to capture the sensor informations, right? And if there is no measurement information, then the operations center can't make their optimization decisions. So that is one form of data availability attack. So DOS attacks and different distributed DOS attacks or jamming attack is data availability attacks. Now, if you look data integrity attacks, this is basically during the transmit of sensor information, if an attacker hijack the session and provide some false payloads, for example, they change the sensor information, that will eventually be like data integrity attack. For example, man in the middle attack, and there has been many research into the area. They call it false data injection attack, which I'll be discussing shortly. That has been classified as data integrity attack. If you look these particular examples, I try to explain that, for example, in a distribution line, at the end of the line, suppose there is a sensor which capture the information and feed back the information to the, tap changing transformers to adjust the transformer taps. And that sensor information is basically hijacked and wrong information is sent. So what will happen? The voltage level will be different. And if the voltage level is different, then the whole operation will be corrupted, collapsed. So those kind of data integrity attack has been very severe for cyber physical systems. Now, the last one is the confidentiality attack. The confidentiality attack or privacy attack, where the privacy of the energy user is basically disclosed. Okay. For example, we are using smart meters. Now, there are many third-party companies who are providing app telling that you can better manage your smart meter datas. Now, where those datas are going, sometimes if someone get access to your consumption data, to our consumption data, they can know when the user is at home, when they are not. So it is related with the privacy, and this privacy is a big concern. Now let's go back a bit more details into stealthy data injection attacks. Okay, so don't worry about these complex equations. I'll make in a very layman term. Like 10-12 years back, group of researchers, they investigated this attack, and since then there has been many research. What does it mean? In smart grid or energy grid operation center, there is a module, they call it state estimator, which basically get the sensor information, calculate the system states, which is basically used for decision making. Now what they showed that if an attacker knows the system topology, then they can inject the measurement in a very strategic way so that the norm of those measurement data and the modeled behavior will be within a threshold. So attack will remain stealthy. And after this groundbreaking work, many researchers started doing research, and some people are doing what will happen if partial sensors are corrupted, what will happen if the partial topology is known, and so on, so on. Other researchers, as well as myself, we did some investigation thinking if we can derive a data-driven attack which does not need the system topology. It only requires the sensor informations, and attack will be as stealthy as the scenario when the sensor model topology is known. Now, the reason I highlighted this paper is basically, since then there have been many research. I just get this slide before I came here. I highlighted that keyword, false data injection attack, and there have been like 1412 journals published into IEEE Explorer. Huge number of journals. If you look the conference paper, if you look other databases from Elsevier and other big publishers, and if you look other effort which has not been published, master's, undergrad thesis, this number will be really high. And if you change the keyword from false data injection attack to partial keyword like false attack, injection attack, or other names, there will be many research. So people are like researchers putting effort into this area. But what is the future? Before we talk about the future, let's talk about the summary of those research. Last year, one of my students, he summarized a literature review published into the Renewable and Sustainable Energy Review. We tried to identify the taxonomy of the attacks. We tried to highlight the papers based on the attack impact, based on the attack construction methodologies, based on how the attack is being generated, and so on, and investigating different attack strategies. And then there are other researchers who are trying to investigate the defense strategies, the countermeasures, how this attack can be defended. And we all also published a paper in SCM comparing surveys. Now, if you look at the defense strategies, most of these defense strategies are based on data-driven techniques, machine learning, AI-based techniques. But most of these research are, I'll say, like incremental. For example, if someone is using a support vector machines, other people are using some deep neural networks, other researchers are using a bit more advanced, improved version of deep neural networks. But again, where the research direction is going into this area. Now, that future direction I'll talk into the last part of my presentation. But let me address the other topic, which is the privacy and confidentiality concern of smart grid operation. I was listening that question and answer about the federated learning. So federated learning has been a topic of research by the researcher for distributed collaborative learning in different areas. For example, Google is using this Google keyboard for learning data in a collaborative way. Those who are not familiar, I'll make it very brief for them. Like in a federated learning, the data does not pass your local device or your end nodes or client nodes. Only the model weights are being passed, and in a server, the central aggregation happens. Because the data is not passing your local nodes, the method is inherently privacy preserving. And this federated learning concept is very well aligned with this smart grid system. Why? In smart grid we have multiple stakeholders, we have distributors, we have retailers, we have different vendors, we have different market participants. From user-centric perspective, we all have our own data. So federated learning could be a potential solution given the resource we have for processing. Now, we also have investigated different federated learning scenario for smart grid operations. But again, the question comes, the security of federated learning systems. And we can see again the challenge comes from the security. Although we are ensuring privacy concerns using federated learning, the security is again a concern. For example, what if some attacker changed the local data, so local data poisoning attack, or during the transmit of the model weights, are leakage problem happens. And then there are some participants within the federated learning who are basically malicious actors. So that will eventually again alarm that security concern of these privacy preserving techniques. Now, I think you should be tired by listening so many attacks and so many countermeasures. What is the solution? Are we just working with one attack or two attack or a few different attacks? Is it enough to make the critical infrastructure like smart grid inherently secured? To answer that question, we have to understand the problem. Now let's again revisit the problem. What is the problem? The smart grid is having a changing threat landscape. That means the attack types, attack behaviors are changing. Then end user involvement. That means people, the end user, we are participating into the decision making, by controlling our rooftop solar, by changing our storage capacity and so on. And then I mentioned it earlier, mixed up IT, OT and Internet of Things. At the same time, I gave that example, if not, like for example, if I have a rooftop solar cell, that solar data is stored into a third-party company's mobile app, also storing in the retailer's app. So how many places the data is being stored? It's not centrally anymore, it's very distributed. So how we can ensure that all these things are being addressed? And then most importantly, the government or nation state backed up cyber attacks. I don't want to put much comment about that. Those are like classified, but some government are generating or using attackers to attack other governments' critical infrastructures. And then finally, we mentioned privacy is dead. What we are doing, we are searching something in Google Chrome, and then very next time we can see like we're getting some advertisement into our Facebook or Twitter page, right? So privacy is dead, although it's a debatable topic. But anyway, now because of this concern, we need to think about the solution. We need to think about a solution that have these properties. A significant change compared to the way we operate our today's smart grid operation, and that change should not be incremental. We should not be thinking about some minor changes into the method only. We have to think about the whole paradigm shift. We have to think about solution which is evidence-based, which is data-driven, and which is scalable and robust. So what is the solution? A zero trust architecture. A zero trust architecture for smart grid could be the solution for future. What is zero trust? Before we go into the zero trust, let's give this motivation. Like the executive office of the president from White House came with an order telling that all United States agencies and government departments need to implement zero trust. 2022 announcement. And then since then, US agencies are moving towards zero trust. All the vendors like IBM, Microsoft, they're going into zero trust, and other governments like Australian government and other governments are following the same pathway. President Biden mentioned that incremental improvement will not give us the security we need. Instead, the federal government needs to come up with a bold changes, and that's why this zero trust is coming into the picture. Now, if I mention what is zero trust, those who are not familiar, zero trust is a concept. This is not a method. This is not a technology. This is a concept. This is a framework. it mentions that always verify, don't trust. That means, for example, previously what was the case? I say like, let's get connected into the network. The network says, give me your username, give me your password, based on this given username and password, the network verify the user, right? That was called a predefined trust. That concept of predefined trust is basically being changed. Instead of that predefined trust, we are going into much more like evidence-based trust, and not thinking about that perimeter anymore. We call it, this security model ensures no entity, whether inside or outside your network perimeter, is trusted or defined. So every time we get a request, we have to verify the identity and validate that access and privilege controls. Now, there are many actors within this Zero Trust, but the key pillars are from identity verification. The identity is not only the user, it is the device. And that gives us an option. For example, after the COVID, we are working from home, we are working from different places. Now, if I connect my personal laptop to the organizational laptop, what will happen? Previously, sometimes might be we could not think about that, but now within a Zero Trust setup, the device is also verified, not only the user. So device, that means non-human entity as well as human entity, are verified based on the evidence. Now, Australian Signals Directorate, Australian Centre for Cyber Security, they have came with some pathway how we can implement the Zero Trust for critical infrastructure. Now I'll bridge the gap between the smart grid and this moving into the Zero Trust. Now, Zero Trust for smart grid is not very clearly defined as of now. That means the researchers, you and we have the option to come up with possible security solutions that can help smart grid to move into a Zero Trust security solution. So how? This is the way I am thinking. This is my vision. There are two concepts. One concept is the traditional smart grid operation. If you look, these are different distributed smart grid zones, you can say, and each zone has their own IDs, RTUs, IDs, intelligent electronic device, RTUs, the remote terminal units. That means all the sensor device. And then those devices are connected through some SCADA system with the network service provider or operation centers. And that is a typical setup of smart grid. So the network service provider, it gets the information from these sensors and makes some optimization, make some control methods and make the decision. Now when Zero Trust is coming, I'm thinking this block is also known, but how we can basically put these two things all together. In this Zero Trust framework, we have policy enforcement point where the Zero Trust policy will be enforced. And then we need another module, which is the policy engine that can sit within the network operations center. So when we get information from these local nodes in this federated setup, then these local nodes, we get the patterns of the behavior of different devices, different users that will help for making the decision, and those information will be passed back into the policy engine. The policy engine will take those resources and make a decision and pass it back to enforce the policy into those edge nodes. And this is how Zero Trust can be put together with this traditional smart grid. And this mechanism has the potential solution, and that's why this could be the future of smart grid security. Now, from research perspective, not much research has came. People are still looking for Zero Trust implementation into the IT system, into the cyber network, but Zero Trust for OT or converging the IT and OT is still an area which is not much explored. So if you are a cyber security researcher working into the engineering area like electrical engineering or other area, this could be one potential area of your future research direction. Now, that's in short. I'll be very happy to take the questions and discuss this topic online, offline, or anytime you prefer. Thanks.
Renowned journal of science, that is Science, and the idea of Goldman was published in Nature. And later on, the Gross and their research group, they developed technologies to in their lab and stored the data of 81 KB in 2015. Yazdi, that is he is a very young researcher, and by using the idea of random access, he just given the idea about the rewritable DNA storage system. And if you look at the slide, in 2016, 42 KB data that is stored in a laboratory in a tube, and 2016 the things are improved and 22 MB data were stored in a lab. So that means the researchers are trying to enhance the technology, and they are trying to store the more and more data in a DNA form by using the existing technology. And the important thing is what? Because of the bonding nature of DNA strands, because if you look at the ATGC, that is the DNA strands, and because of the bonding nature of DNA strands, we have to take care of many kind of instability. So that's why the computer scientists, mathematicians, they just impose some kind of constants there to avoid those instability. And that's my research, because as a researcher of mathematics and computer science, I tried to impose so many multi-constraints there to avoid the instability. And once you are going to impose some kind of constants there, then obviously you can reduce the size of codebook. So that's why the multi-constant technique is very important to store the data in a correct form. Now, these are the groups and institutions that is related to the DNA storage. Now you can look at the IDEA, DNA Storage Alliance, DNA Lee, ANSA, Twist, DNA Algo, even Microsoft, Kern System. These are the companies, those who are eagerly working in the idea of DNA data storage, and they are very much ready to come up with the storage of the data in the DNA form in the market. And Oxford nanopore sequence, that is another technology that is the fastest growing technology in the current age. Now, if you look at DNA data storage, that is industrial point of view. So just I am quoting here some report of BBC, that is the global market for DNA storage should grow from $36.4 million in 2020 to $525.3 million in the next 2025, and with a compound annual growth rate of 70.6% for the period of the 20 to 25, that is for 5 years. And this North American DNA data storage market should grow from $29.1 million in 2020 to $340.1 million in 2025. So that means in another 5 years, there shows this 63.5% growth in the coming 5 years. And the European DNA data storage market should grow from $4.5 million to $95.7 million. That means they have the 85.1% growth. That is the observation. That report is published in the BBC. Now, the Bramley's market research report, that is 65.8% that CAGR DNA data storage market size is expected to reach in $1926.7 million by 2028. Now we come to the prototypical DNA-based data storage system. And once you are ready with the development of the prototype, then one can go ahead with its commercial production and they can go in the market for the commercialization. Now the prototype DNA-based data storage, if you look at if you are having a data in the form of digital, in the form of a binary bits, the first thing is you have to encode that data, and again one has to do the DNA coding, means convert the binary data to the DNA form, means the data is available in the form of a sequence of 0 and 1. So we have to make a sequence in the form of the DNA strands, that is A, T, G, C. And if you are aware with the DNA strands, because they are A and T and G and C both are complement to each other. So that's why then they can make the bonding there. And once you are going to store the data in the sequential form of a DNA, then there are some kind of instability may occur. And that is the process when you are going to do the DNA synthesis. And at this stage, you have to take care of the error. And error may occur in the form of like insertion, deletion, substitution. Means there is a, like any DNA strand may insert there, any DNA strand may got substituted there, or any DNA strand may get eliminated there. So that means at this stage, the job of coding theories is started, and one has to take care of error there to store the data in the correct form. And once the data is stored in the DNA form, then again by the idea of DNA sequencing, that is edit and research, you can convert the DNA data in the form of binary as well. Now let me talk about the some kind of DNA synthesis. So DNA synthesis is a kind of biotechnology that enables the construction of DNA sequence without pre-existing templates. And the popular method for DNA synthesis, that is two methods are available in the current age, that is column-based oligosynthesis and array-based oligosynthesis. And again, the cost is important here. And why cost is important? Because once you are trying to develop a technology for the market purpose, then you have to take care of the cost also. So that's why the $8.15 per molecule for the column-based oligosynthesis that is required. That is a first generation technology. And this for the array-based oligosynthesis technology, we required only $0.001 per nucleotides. And if you look at that is a forecast for DNA synthesis cost. And if you look at the timeline, by I guess by 2026, if you look at the timeline, the cost is decreasing or it declines year by year. So that's why the cost is problem of current age. But once the researchers are working, once the DNA data storage is reality, then we can come up with the optimized cost. We can store the data in a less cost, and we can store more data in a small kind of pen drive, that is DNA data that is in the form of powder in the current age. Now come to the idea of DNA sequencing. And DNA sequencing is the process of determining the exact nucleotides and their order in a DNA molecule. So these are the two very popular methods, that is the Sanger sequencing and high throw input, that is throw output sequencing. And these are the two DNA sequencing technology. But I'm just going to skip those few slides, and I'm trying to where we have to take care of the error there by putting the multi-constants there. And these are some idea of the DNA sequencing. Now come to the types of error in DNA-based data storage, and these are the errors like substitution error, insertion error, and deletion error. And if you look at these are the deletion, insertion, and substitution. So that means if you look at the deletion error, so if any one DNA strands got deleted, so the length of the DNA sequence is reduced by 1. If any one DNA strands got inserted there, then its length increased by 1, and substitution means it got replaced by any other DNA strands. And these are the error characterization. Now come to this, the constants for DNA-based data storage. So these are the few constants that required much care during the storage process, and the homopolymer run length constants, GC content constants, Hamming distance constants, uncorrelatedness, reverse and reverse complement, and secondary structure. Those who are working in the biological science, they might be knowing about the importance of GC weight. GC weight means then if you are writing the data in a DNA sequence, so the number of G and C available. So if the number of G and C available in a DNA sequence around 45% to 55%, then one can consider that sequence is stable, or you can say the sequence is balanced. And the exactness is what? How much it is close to the 50%. If you can balance the data of the GC, G and C very close to 50%, then you can say that your DNA sequence, your data is much more balanced. Now, this homopolymer run length constant, that is the repetition of nucleotides there, and GC constant is the number of G plus number of C, and by a total number of DNA sequence into 100. So that's why we can talk about the percentage. Hamming distance is very important parameter. That is, Hamming distance means that the number of places any two sequences differ. The number of places if any two sequences differ, then if you can get the higher Hamming distance, then you can correct the more error. And this is the uncorrelatedness of the address, and this is the K mutually. Now come to these are the coding theory problem related with the DNA, that is, the clustering is specifically related to the error in DNA, reconstruction of sequence, constant codes, and codes correcting insertion and deletion. Because, as I said, during the synthesis process, any DNA sequence, some kind of DNA strands may insert, may delete, or may substitute there. Then, being a coding theorist, your job is to take care of those kind of errors. Now, just I'm going to show these two are the problems that we have published in these journals. That is, first one is the construction of multi-constant DNA codes, and that idea was published in the cryptography and communication, and that work was done when I visited the University of Melbourne in the last year. And the next one is the construction of primer codes, that is also required for the information theoretic point of view, and that paper is published in the theoretical computer science. And basically what I did there, so in the first one, we just develop an algorithm to reduce the codebook size, because if you are going to take a DNA strands of length 3, then because there is availability is the 4 DNA strands, the total codebook size will be 64. But we have developed an algorithm and we reduce the codebook size to avoid the instability, and the codebook size we reduce to the 11. We just choose only 11 DNA sequence out of 64 by using an algorithm, and once we are ready with the only 11 DNA sequence, then because of the mathematics background, we just develop a map from those 11 DNA sequence to a field of order 11. Because those who are from the mathematics background, they might be knowing that is the order of fields should be either prime or prime power. So that's why we required the prime number of DNA sequence to correlate that idea with any kind of finite field. And once we are ready with that code book, we just develop, means we correlated that technique with the Reed-Solomon codes. And Reed-Solomon code is a MDS code, that is a maximum distance separable codes, means that code can correct maximum error. So that's why we required those kind of code book, and we just provided the higher information rate to the existing technology. And second one is we just constructed the primer codes for those kind of codes. And these are our methods. That is, if you look at the method, how we have developed the algorithm, and from 11 element to the field of Z11, and we just means used a surjective map there to define our information. Now these are the algorithm. This algorithm is only for the length 3, but finally we are now ready with the algorithm of any length, any m length DNA sequence. We extended that algorithm for the general length now, and these are the first one on brute force enumeration of our DNA code. The GC content is found in between 48 to 52%. So that means we are very much close to the 50%. So that's why we improved the existing technology and provided the better information rate. And in the second problem, we have also provided the same thing. And this is our algorithm, that is start with the consider a construct-cyclic codes. Now the construct-cyclic codes means that is more general than the cyclic codes. And cyclic codes, if you are aware with if you are going to push any code to right hand side, so the last bit will be the first bit, and the resultant code should also be the element of that code book. So that's why the cyclic codes play a very crucial role in the error reduction process. Now these are some propositions, so just I'm going to skip here. I will provide the slides to all of you because of the time constraints, because I have been told to finish the task in the 25 minutes, so that's why just these are the references. Thank you. Now this session is open for the...
My great pleasure to welcome you to the 3rd International Conference on Advanced Communication and Intelligence System. I take this opportunity to welcome our session chairs, Professor Subhalakshmi Joshi, Dr. Anuradha, Dr. Mangesh, and Dr. Gopal, and all the authors for this session FD1. Please give a warm welcome to our session chairs. The conference aims to put together the experts from the relevant areas to disseminate their knowledge and experience for the relevant future research scope. The conference has publication sponsored by Springer Nature.
I complete my graduation in BTech from Career, and currently I am pursuing Masters of Technology in NIT Mirpur National Institute of Technology. Especially thanks to all for giving opportunity. Just introduce my topic. My topic is multi-hop data transmission using honeybee optimization algorithm in underwater wireless sensor network. Let's introduce the outlines. First, introduction, objective, motivation, related work, proposed algorithm, and result. Introduction. Underwater wireless sensor network have emerged as a promising technology for monitoring and exploring the vast and unexplored underwater environment. Underwater wireless sensor network have a wide range of applications, including environmental monitoring, marine research, and underwater surveillance. Objective: the contribution to the field of underwater sensor network by proposing a system model and energy model for underwater wireless sensor network. Thus, consider the dynamic nature of the system and how often nose change position with the ocean. In underwater sensor network, selection of cluster heads in critical, as cluster head with low residual energy can die early and impact network. We proposed a novel approach called S2OA, NEB optimization algorithm based underwater sensor network, which optimize data transmission routing, resulting in improved network performance and lifetime. This literature review. Underwater wireless sensor network based multi-hop data transmission. Multi-hop data transmission is a network. Sensor network present unique challenges such as low bandwidth, low delay and high error. We proposed a solution using the Honeybee optimization algorithm to optimize the network and minimize data loss. Node routing strategy. Efficiency routing strategy to minimize the number of hops and delay in data transmission. Energy management. Effective energy management to prolong the lifespan of the network while reducing energy consumption. Process diagram. Initial to start the program and initialize parameter, calculate distance matrix, select the best path, otherwise no stopping criteria, yes to update best solution. Optimization algorithm is able to find energy efficiency and reliable route quickly. Honeybee optimization algorithm, starting parameter initialization and create a random underwater network topology and calculate residual energy, initialize data packet, main optimization loop, and Honeybee on phase, and second one reset data packets, packet delivery ratio calculation and output results. This is a node position to the environmental.
Microservices, anti-patterns and smells in dynamic environments. So this is the table of contents. To set the context straight, I will firstly go with what microservices are, why we use them at the first place, and second one I will go with what these anti-patterns and smells are. So microservices, it's like a design pattern, like in which every single application is composed of many loosely coupled and independently deployed services. So for that, and in contrary, when we were not using microservices, it was called as a monolithic architecture approach. So I'll take an example to explain that. So consider an e-commerce application. So it consists of user management, payment service and the product catalog. So these services in a traditional approach are in a single system. So let's say if your server gets down due to a failure in payment service, so entire system will go down. So and it doesn't have to be like that, because if a payment service fails, users who just want to scroll through the products, they still need to able to do that. So in microservices, what we do is we take these services separately, user management, let's say inventory management and payment service. So even though payment service fails, other two services are still going on, and it won't impact all the users, 100% of the consumers of e-commerce, as I have taken an example. So that was the need of microservices at the first place. And motivation behind this title is, as even though it's a loosely coupled, it's still very hard to manage sometimes, because the main theme of microservices is to keep the availability as as maximum as possible. So the thing is, we face many anti-patterns. This is a separate topic in the microservices architecture, that we get many anti-patterns which leads to downtimes of microservices and all. So first thing is, firstly I'll go with what anti-patterns are and what smells are and how they are related to each other. So smells are actually an ultimate consequence of anti-patterns. So what I mean by that is, let's say we have an anti-pattern where we don't manage database connections correctly. So if we repeatedly do that operation, let's say on the peak loads, what can happen is we can face timeouts and increased latencies. So increased latency is a smell, microservice smell, and anti-pattern is that we didn't manage it properly, the connections. So this was the context of the topic. So the thing is, by detecting these anti-patterns at the very first place, we can prevent the downtimes and all the keep the servers up and running like we can try. So moving to the related work, so it's actually divided into 3 or 4 major categories. So first is static anti-pattern detection tools. These are and in that research there was a tool called MSNOS that was developed by Dr. Das. So in this tool they were able to detect up to 12 static anti-patterns. And the second category of this related work is architectural and configuration based approaches. In architectural approaches, it emphasizes event bus for the efficient inter-service communication, and configuration approaches emphasize on the configurations in such a way that makes robust systems and make them immune to cyber threats. Other category here is utilizing the container technologies. Container technologies is really a buzzword nowadays, and the main technologies are Docker and Kubernetes. So like they are widely used, and authors emphasizes really on that because if you have heard, like one company kept on running in the Docker their databases. They hosted database on a container without volume mounted, and it kept on running for a long time. So Docker is a it's really efficient. Well, that's why authors emphasizes using these as orchestration tools. And the last category of the related work is, as you can see, microservices backlogs and search-based anti-pattern detection here. So microservices backlog, and this research paper I've also worked on search-based anti-pattern detection approach. So I'll go with each of them. Microservices backlog means to refers to pulling all the system logs all together and analyze each of the log that what could have went wrong in each of the requests. And second one is search-based anti-pattern detection. Here authors emphasized on combining static anti-patterns with dynamic anti-patterns so that we can cover wide variety of anti-patterns in the microservices environment. So the thing is, static anti-patterns really refers to the style of developer's code. It doesn't really contribute to the dynamic environment, but it's very loosely coupled. So they have proposed that if we can make them any extent of coupled, so that would be a great way to cover static and dynamic anti-patterns. So this was the latest research that I extended this research on. So this is a tool called Aroma, and this is the basic approach of all the APM tools as well. APM tool means application performance monitoring tools. They are widely used. So what they usually do is, this is a service. Service can be any microservice. This Zipkin API is a instrumentation. This is actually an APM. So when service is instrumented with this, any system logs it prints, it goes to Zipkin, and Zipkin allows them to get those logs via an API interface. So Aroma is the tool that Vesiaga built. So they analyze all those logs and gives the anti-patterns. They analyze actually it on the logs. So they analyze no API gateway, shared persistence and cyclic dependency in their research. So the problem with this is, and I mentioned it in the proposed methodology as well, I'll explain it further there. But the problem with this is you always don't have to go to the logs, because some NT patterns are really associated to the request only. So you don't have to pull all the logs from the any instrumentation tool. So like cyclic dependency, it's also related to a request only. Like if a request is going back to the service again and again, we can identify it at the first place. So in the related, these are the anti-patterns, and these other columns are the tools, different tools that I just demonstrated before. So coming to the background work, this is a diagram of a microservice. This is a typical components of microservices actually. So first thing is API gateway. This is the central manager of all the requests. It knows everything about the request, inbound and outbound. And services are, these are independent services. When we say independent services, we also mean they don't call each other directly. So at the last you see event bus. Event bus is the main backbone of the microservices. If service 1 wants to communicate to service 2, it will push an event to event bus first, and service 2 will subscribe to event bus, and it will pull out that particular event that it's supposed to pull. So this is just I explained. API gateway is the first component in the microservices. Services are independent microservices. Event bus is a communication infrastructure that enables asynchronous and decoupled communication. And a very important thing is service mesh. I have created one service using this approach. Service mesh actually has the information of all the services in your system. So its IP address, when some service is added, or if even a server gets down, some server gets down, so service mesh has all the information related to that. And this is the main part, APM. Instrumentation, tracing, data collection and storage, that I explained in the Aroma workflow as well. So coming to the proposed methodology, what I did in this research. So actually there are two type of anti-patterns, static anti-patterns and dynamic anti-patterns that I previously mentioned in related work, that they are very loosely coupled, they don't lead to one another. So Signos is an APM tool. It is an open source tool. We can find it anywhere on GitHub actually. So, and NoSQL database I have used here for the log service. And MSNOS that was used for the static anti-pattern. I have used this to couple anti-pattern and static and dynamic anti-patterns via CI/CD, that is continuous integration and deployments. So this is where the actual work started. So I divided both of the anti-patterns to runtime and analysis based anti-patterns. Runtime means the anti-patterns that are actually associated to requests only. Like I said, cyclic dependency, it's not a system anti-pattern, it's associated to only a request. And analysis based anti-pattern detection is shared persistence, let's say, or let's say if a heap gets out of memory, that's related to only systems, not the requests. So these are the two categories that I firstly divided the anti-patterns into. And the main thing in runtime anti-pattern detection is I went on with network interceptors. So every service in the system will have network interceptors and network interceptor analyzers. So whenever a request comes into a service, particular service, it will attach the IP to that header, and it will attach the IP to header and will pass on to the other service, and every service will do that, but also it will analyze as well. Like let's say in the IP's header, if the IPs are A, B, C, and then if it's A again, I can say it's a cyclic dependency, it has gone to A again. So that was the main funda behind using network interceptors. So this is the working architecture. If a request comes to service 1, it will call the mesh service to check if it's coming from an API gateway or not. If it's not coming from API gateway, so we can say the request is associated with no API gateway anti-pattern. And second thing what it will do is, every service on the right here, every service checks for IP's array list in the header and checks for the IP of incoming request is from other system in the entire architecture. So entry point service checks for if a request is coming from API gateway or not. All the services intercept the incoming request and add its IP to the IP header. That is a list of all particular requests has been through. So services, when they detect any anti-pattern, they call the centralized log service with trace ID and the detected anti-pattern. So I will go directly to this part in the results. If you see here, IPs, I did a simulation on my local using these services. So if you see the IP header, it's captured from one service. It shows which services it has been through. It doesn't need to be IPs only. It can be any unique identifier, but IPs make sense because they are unique. And the other part, along with attaching the IP header, it analyzes as well. Like I said, if there is an IP in IP header, it is A, B, C, and then again A. So we can say it's a cyclic dependency. So here you see the logs. This is from the log service. So this number you see, it's a trace ID. Whenever request comes into the system, we attach a trace ID, and whenever it gets through out of the system, this trace ID gets attached to it. So we can, in this trace ID, I simulated these anti-patterns. So it will give us these logs related to the trace IDs. So other part is APM. I decided to go with the existing APM for the smells, because the ultimate smells that I was saying, like heap getting out of memory. So we can visualize this with the existing tools, that was Signos. So it shows everything with trace and all. And the thing I was saying is shared persistence. In microservices, it's a violation if you use the same database in different services. So this is a call graph also given by the Signos. So it says A and B are different services. A is connected to MongoDB, A is connected to Redis through some driver, and B has these all services. So if any of these services have same database, we can say it's a shared persistence anti-pattern. And the last thing, combining the static anti-patterns, that was also taken care. I chose MSNOS. MSNOS was a great tool for static analysis. It detected up to 12 static anti-patterns. Static anti-patterns means like bad code by the developers. So this is a GitHub workflow. So how it coupled it closely is, because whenever you release a software, you patch a new version to it, it always goes through the CI/CD pipeline. Everybody has that CI/CD pipeline. And I put MSNOS here, so we can integrate here to have it tightly coupled as possible. We can put a threshold. Like if some anti-patterns are there, we can fall back, it won't deploy. It will crash right away in this step. You see here it's a green tick, it won't show green tick here. So this was all about the static anti-patterns, dynamic anti-patterns. And in the dynamic anti-patterns, two types of anti-pattern: request specific, system specific. So we went with SDK's approach, because the thing is there are managed microservices as well nowadays. And managed microservices, I mean cloud functions. These are really reliable ways to use a microservices. So using an SDK approach, we can really instrument any type of service with that, and we can find the anti-patterns associated with it. So that's about it. CNOS was a great tool for static analysis. It detected up to 12 static anti-patterns. Static anti-patterns means like bad code by the developers. So this is a GitHub workflow. So how it coupled it closely is because whenever you release a software, you patch a new version to it, it always goes through the CI/CD pipeline. Everybody has that CI/CD pipeline. And I put MSNOS here, so we can integrate here to have it tightly coupled as possible. We can put a threshold. Like if some anti-patterns are there, we can fall back. It won't deploy. It will crash right away in this step. You see here, it's a green tick. It won't show green tick here. So this was all about the static anti-patterns, dynamic anti-patterns, and in the dynamic anti-patterns, two types of anti-pattern: request specific, system specific. So we went with SDKs approach because the thing is there are managed microservices as well nowadays, and managed microservices I mean cloud functions. These are really reliable ways to use a microservices. So using an SDK approach, we can really instrument any type of service with that, and we can find the anti-patterns associated with it. So that's about it.
Result analysis, conclusion and reference. Number one is mobile ad hoc network. Mobile ad hoc network is a battery-based. These are the very issues for mobile ad hoc network. First is battery consumptions, packet delay, packet loss, and throughputs. These are the many issues of managed, and these are the battery power sensor node in transmit message from the source to destination. Because of source to destination to transmit the packets in time, the battery is slow, your battery is down because of packet is lost in region. Routing protocol play an important role in power saving, important role to the transmit the packets. The modalities ascendant routing protocol is managed using hybrid optimization. These are the short form MSRP. These are the hybrid optimization techniques. Reliable switches significantly improves quality of service, data transmission within mobile ad hoc network. It means these are the quality of these papers to transmit the power, transmit the packet from source to destination, reliable packets, and the hybrid is to hybridization to optimization to optimize the packets in a scenario. The technology ensures reliable data transfer while the loss, energy consumptions, delay throughputs, packet loss. Routing protocol consists of two categories proposed. First is these techniques are called advanced insect wagon optimization and use group insect energy efficient methods. Next, to perform improve honeybee wagon optimization. Honeybee optimization means population based techniques to route between source to destination. It examines the energy consumption, delay throughput, and packet delivery ratio of the proposed MSRP HO routing protocol for existing routing protocols. Problem approaches: solution of combined energy, mobility aware multi-point relay for topology, including in multi-path battery and mobility aware routing schemes. These are the MBMA. It means multi-path battery and mobility aware optimized link state routing protocol for adapting routing mobile nodes. Quality of service focus on key metrics like packets, delay and energy throughputs. Modify the insect wagon optimization. Introduce energy efficient clustering while MSRPH using modify honeybee column optimization. Offer superior routing compared with the existing protocol in minute. Network model to define the MRP MHO routing protocol. We analyze the energy efficiency of mobile load in this system. When data transmission commences between nodes, both the sender and receiver experience the power consumption. Continuous transmission of data on the same node result in high energy loss. Agar same data path will be transmitted the packet, the energy is lost, which is lead of the node's failure. And shorten the system lifetimes. Our approach is to maximize network lifetime by the changing cluster heads and and apply the modifying insect wagon optimization. Based on the approach model, when the power of cluster head node is exchanging, the new node is selecting the cluster head and compare the existing protocols. The maximum network lifetime through packet delivery and the percentage of the packet loss and link stability, reduce latency and power consumptions. MSR MPHO techniques. These articles provide the working functionality of MSPRPS protocols. The functionality of the modify insect wagon optimized algorithm is presented below. First method is modified insect wagon optimization. The insect wagon optimization based on population-based techniques. Initialize process start with a large number of nurse concern insect location means M1, M2. These are the location. Insert position of the represented by MI, the next C and D. The dimension vector where C represents the honey, how many clusters, centers, this is the centers, and these represent the text size of text sets. C and D, these are represented the cluster, centers, and the each cluster MI is a 1 into D. Dimension vectors serve as the foundation of the lower bound of centers acting the base of segment within the test set. W is the width, C and D is the center and destination. After producing a new solution, MI number of nodes and one is increment will be relate the comparison of MI and Z. We are choose the individual better objectives functions MI. MI is the fitness of MI. MI will increment of WG and MI this W1. We evaluate the approximate cluster centers M1, M2 and MC. The test data sets subsequently categorize the test data X and distinct groups of base of approximately ultimate group of effectiveness. The categorize using the fitness functions, which are the MI, and increment of the W and MI, which we have the representing increase the nodes. When the population updated algorithms, simulation existing a few insect and arrived at some insect from the different group of birth of the same new insects. Modifying the insect wagon algorithm during the initial phase of traditional uncloned algorithm, phenomena distributed defect of the dimensional grid where each element is represent the y initial value of phenomena C0 and underlying the matrix B and establish the following TB into C. This paper proposed the beginning phenomena of deliver non-untrusted order improve the efficiency of A. Easier to calculation lattice and two phenomena dimension categorize. These are the TB equal to C center 0 and beta is epsilon A and otherwise 0. All members between member of gathering the A of L1 and 2I other words A. These are minimum length of cluster and cluster head. To above the evaluate the based on amount of data between the beginning phase of consumption points. It is evident there are more sequence among the start phase and the consumption points. Traditional algorithm the insect alone use of revolve the techniques and determine the probability of the next node to select to everyone. Setup. These are the simulation setup. The algorithm perform the assess across various network sensors using NS2 mobile nodes randomly distributed within a 1500 and 500 areas and range of 50 to 200 nodes. Communicate to raise a link neighbor node fixed transmission range. Insect clone optimization algorithm apply. Establish path between nodes. Table 2 showing the parameters routing analysis and demonstrate the effective of data transmissions. MS RPHO is compared with the MB MA OLSR existing and MB OLSR across network 50 to 250 nodes. Amend the enhanced quality of service evaluate metrics including the metrics for throughput and network and delivery. And these are the table 2 simulation parameters, number of nodes, network size, transmission cover range, 260 meters, simulation time, seconds, and the transmission range 12 kilobytes and number of packets. These are the packet range and packet size 1200 bytes. And the result analysis comparison between the proposed existing algorithms using 4 parameters parenthesis the selection including energy, consumption, delay, throughput and delivery ratio. Analysis the post time हमने use किया first of. Analyze the post time performance of MSR, PHO, comparison, MB, MA, OLSR and the MP, OLSR show the algorithms separately with the post times ranging of 50 to 200 consists of 60 meter per second. Our approach reduce delay, enhance throughput and improve packet delivery ratio. These are the ratio for the packets. Underscore efficiency optimize data transmission among the nodes. These are the parameter: energy consumption, delay, throughputs and packet delivery ratio. And rest of the post time. These are the post time. This is the 250 to 200 nodes. Second is analysis of simulation time. The figure to compare the proposed algorithms adjusting one approach energy, delay, throughputs, delivery ratio. That way the approach reduce the battery from 80 to 60% across node variations. Enhance throughput, improve packet delivery ratio 80%. This finding highlighted efficiency of our methods, optimize network performance. These are the simulation times. These are results. Find the simulation time and post times. Next is analysis speed based simulation showing significant improvement across energy. These are the scenario and metrics compared with the previous routing protocol whereby the achieve notable reduce energy, decrease delay 35 to 30% and improve packet delivery ratio 70 to 85%. These results demonstrate the effective of approach optimize network performance. These are the results: energy consumption, delay, throughput and packet delivery. And the conclusion, these are the algorithm process, data collections, stage of booster network throughput, performance analysis reviewing the superior over relevant protocol across metrics, energy consumption, delay, throughput and packet delivery ratio, looking and ahead, emphasize the replace, certify quality of service based routing protocol, enhance the accommodation both real time and non-real time traffics, ensuring the enhanced network performance and adaptability of the device. Application requirements. These are the reference and these are the thank you for
Thank you, Professor Anil. I have a bunch of questions. First is, you mentioned about voyage there, about insect voyage.
Why means honeybee clone because of population based techniques to search on nodes based on the clusters. Because of cluster to decide the easily to find the nodes.
So why did you call it as voyage there? Because this is a localized approach. Honeybee moving around. Voyage is probably end to end, not node to node.
End to end, from the source to destination, between the find the node, neighbor node.
Yeah. So the voyage that you want to mention here is end to end, right?
Yeah, end to end.
Source to destination.
Source to destination.
Great. I was interested in those delays and hops that you mentioned. But these delays that you have encountered are node to node or end to end?
Because of source to destination between the nodes, how much delay?
So this is node to node delay.
Node to node.
And have you even done this end to end? Because of you'll have a multi-hop network in between.
No, this is a source to destination because of transfer the packet source to destination.
Yeah.
In between, node to node going to the destination.
Yeah,
but if you have node malicious or any type, because of how to find the nodes.
So in good faith, let's assume that nodes are good. Yeah. And from the 50 to 200 number of nodes across a 1.5 kilometer square that you mentioned, there would be multi-hop node communication, right? And in cases like these, your delays can change over time because nodes are probably movable.
Yeah, probably movable.
So if they are movable, your delays will change, right?
Yeah.
So, and I would see that you've done your simulations on NS2, right?
Yeah.
But I think because these are wireless networks, it's preferred to do this on NS3. That will give you more accurate results because that gives you more variations to play with on NS3. So my question there was, the graphs that you have plotted are end to end on a fixed situation where nodes are not moving. Correct me if I'm wrong. End to end,
yes.
But node to node internally when nodes are static, correct?
Not static, are dynamic, which we have
so
changed.
in that case, obviously your delays will change over time.
Yeah.
You will have a range of delays. It cannot be an absolute value because nodes are moving.
Yes, sir.
And when nodes are moving, my delays will keep changing.
Yeah.
So I'll have a range of delays from a lower cutoff to a higher cutoff, right?
Yes, yes, I
So
know.
the value that you have showed is an absolute number, and an absolute number can only come when the node is static.
But not mentioned, I understood.
You get the point?
Yeah, yeah.
So effectively it would have been more interesting if you have seen the bands there
Yeah.
about delay gaps or delay ranges,
Ji, ji.
because that covers your node mobility also.
Yeah.
Because in managed node mobility is an headache, and if you have taken care of that, probably you have done good work then. That's as simple as this. Another question is, you mentioned about changing cluster heads over time based on proximity.
Because of cluster head, it change because of energy.
I understand.
You
So
have
my
to change
question,
energy, you have to select another head.
so isn't that an overhead in the entire algorithm somewhere, because you have to redo cluster heads based on available battery power on manets? Because you'll have to change cluster heads sometime,
Yeah,
and that you might do over a threshold on battery power available on a given node.
these are the many issues.
So this is an overhead, right?
Yeah.
And have you factored that in the algorithm for your work? Because this will have to be done in runtime, and this is non-productive work because you're changing cluster heads. That adds to the delay. It's not shown here, but it's an extra delay that you introduce. Well, it's for the good,
Okay.
but end to end I'll have to add this, right? I can't just ignore it and say it's reconfigured,
Ji,
because cluster heads will have to be redrawn
ji, ji.
and kept on redrawing based on available nodes with available battery power.
Ji.
So that's an overhead, please consider it, don't ignore it, because
Okay.
that will eventually affect your performance down the line.
Okay.
Last question for me is, you only experimented with 1 kilobyte of data. So this was the entire payload, or this was only the data?
Only the data, not at
Only data. The payload will, it will have some headers and trailers and CRCs and so on.
These are the
So what is the exact data stream size or data byte size?
data set size, sir.
So that's 1 KB. So how much is the actual payload in that? Because manets have very bad on actual data conversion.
Because of actual current data, because of some nodes are nodes damaged, yeah, malicious, but not how to count because of some because of 50 nodes, but maybe a 10 or 20 nodes are, yeah, 1 or 5 nodes are malicious. So how to
Sir,
count
understood.
this?
I'm only asking about the kilobyte size of data that you're talking about. It's 1 KB is the payload, or 1 KB is the entire datagram size? That's the question, sir. 1 kilobyte
Yeah.
that you mentioned is only the payload or the entire datagram size?
These are the entire database.
Entire datagrams. So your payload is a little less than that.
Yeah.
Sure. Sure. Thank you, Anil sir.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Anil sir. Now I would like to call Mr. Jitesh VJ, paper ID.
Because manets have very bad on actual data conversion.
Because of actual current data, because of some nodes are nodes damaged, yeah, malicious, but not how to count because of some because of 50 nodes, but maybe a 10 or 20 nodes are, yeah, 1 or 5 nodes are malicious. So how to
Sir,
count
understood.
this?
I'm only asking about the kilobyte size of data that you're talking about. It's 1 KB is the payload, or 1 KB is the entire datagram size? That's the question, sir. 1 kilobyte
Yeah.
that you mentioned is only the payload or the entire datagram size?
These are the entire database.
Entire datagrams. So your payload is a little less than that.
Yeah.
Sure. Sure. Thank you, Anil sir.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Anil sir. Now I would like to call Mr. Jitesh VJ, paper ID.
Manimegalai Somasundram, Mrs. Manimegalai Somasundram and Dr. Chamundeshwari A from SSN College of Engineering, Chennai. I present a paper titled a lightweight wormhole attack detection method for RPL wireless sensor networks. So let's get started. So wireless sensor networks have found a variety of applications in surveillance, monitoring, smart homes, Industry 4.0, etc. And they run on IoT nodes which have very little processing power, memory, and battery capacity. So this makes these devices prone to various attacks. We introduced the wormhole attack, which is one of the more dangerous of these attacks, and this is a denial of service attack that happens in the network layer. As in, it it tampers the network layer topology. So introducing the wormhole attack. So in the wormhole attack, along with the nodes that are already existing in the WSN, the attacker adds 2 of their own extra nodes into the wireless sensor network, and then these nodes have a transmission range that is typically much more than the normal transmission range of a default IoT sensor. So these wormhole nodes are connected by a private channel. This private channel works either using a wire link, or they use a transmission range that is different from that of the other nodes in the WSN. And these wormhole nodes get connected to their neighbors. Now what happens is that since this wormhole link is very large and most nodes do their routing using, hop counts is one of the more major metrics for nodes to route their packets, they will choose to send the packets through the wormhole link, seeing the wormhole link as the shortest path. So now most of the nodes that are surrounding the wormhole link send their packets through the shortest path, through the wormhole link, in order to find the shortest path. What happens is the attacker can tamper with the packets, drop packets, or sniff the packets, because most of the network's packets then go through the wormhole link. Now, most of the existing works in regard to this topic, they either require they either require the IoT nodes to have synchronized clocks, so that the IoT nodes have an agreed notion of time, or they only apply to certain types of wormholes, where some wormholes either directly relay the data link layer packets, or even on a radio level, or some wormholes present themselves as forwarding nodes, for example. So that creates a categorization of wormholes. And certain machine learning solutions have been proposed as well, and these work for IoT devices that are in medium to high in processing power, but it is a little heavyweight for low power IoT nodes. So, and most of the existing solutions, they aim to detect wormhole attacks in networks where the source and destination can be from any node to any node. But and this works well for those networks, but in many of the sensor networks, wireless sensor networks, what happens is that there are several client sensor nodes that are sending nodes to one common designated gateway node. So a lightweight solution could be used for the case of an RPL wireless sensor network. RPL is the routing protocol for low power and lossy networks, which is a network layer protocol which decides the routing, network topology. And so to make the conditions of our solution clear, first we go through the simulation setup to explain how our IoT network is deployed. So we are aiming to detect wormhole attacks in an RPL 6-LoWPAN IoT network. 6-LoWPAN is also a network layer protocol. It's IPv6 over low power wireless personal area networks. And we simulate these IoT networks in the Kuja simulator, which simulate IoT networks of nodes running the Contiki-NG operating system. And the Contiki-NG simulates many of IoT nodes to be emulated, but for the sake of simplicity, we use the Kuja modes, where the IoT node software runs as an OS native process, as the Kuja simulator process. We use UDP at the transport layer to send packets of sensor data from several client nodes to one server IoT node, and we use RPL for routing. The RPL protocol creates a tree topology, and we put the UDP server at the root of this tree, as most of the sensor nodes send data towards, in this fashion, most of the sensor nodes send data towards the root. So as the client nodes send sensor data through UDP packets to the root of the RPL, DODA, which is destination oriented directed acyclic graph. That's the name for the RPL tree. We inject the wormhole attack by running the simulation in BGRN mode. In the default mode of the Kuja simulator, nodes have a fixed transmission range. It's difficult to simulate a wormhole attack in that mode. So in directed graph radio medium mode, what happens is you get to define the visual placement of the nodes in the simulator doesn't matter. you get to define the quality of the radio links that connect each of these nodes. So we place nodes randomly, and nodes visually close to each other are connected with a radio link. Then after we let the simulation run for a while, and then we add the 2 extra client nodes, which are in this case the wormhole nodes. And as they get connected to the visually close neighbors, we connect these 2 nodes using a wormhole link. We present an algorithm that detects whether a packet has passed through the wormhole link, to know which packets have passed through the wormhole link, and using CBA, it discovers the wormhole link, and the path goes, for example, GYXA. And in this table it says the node F, but that's a typo, I'm sorry, it's node G. So the average hop count is computed to be 6, but suddenly a new packet comes in with a hop count of 3. So this is a sudden drop in the hop count. So if the incoming packet has a drop in hop count, so it's drop in hop count there, which is greater than the threshold, I'm sorry about the typo, then a wormhole link is suspected to exist between these nodes. So in this case, it would suspect that G is sending packets through the wormhole link, and that a wormhole link is present in the network. So we simulated WSNs of 10 to 15 nodes on the Kuja simulator, and as we discussed, we used UDP at the transport layer and RPL for the network topology. And in all the 6 cases of the WSNs we simulated, it was able to detect the presence of the wormhole attack in the network. And then the next thing the algorithm does is detect which nodes are actually sending packets through the wormhole links, because the routing tables would have changed after the wormhole attack was inserted. So here in these 6 simulations where the wormhole attacks were detected, we can see that you set this hop count threshold as, for example, 2 and 0, where if the hop counts drop by 2 or that threshold value, it will consider that client node is sending packets through the wormhole link. So the nodes detected and the nodes utilizing wormhole, it means that, for example, in the first row, 3 nodes were actually sending packets through the wormhole link, and 2 of those nodes were detected to be using the wormhole link. So we calculate the detection accuracy as the number of nodes that are using the wormhole link. I mean, they are detected to be using the wormhole link, divided by the total number of nodes actually using the wormhole link. So this choice of this threshold value is important because, as we can see here, if we set the hop count threshold to 0, then any decrement in hop count is considered to be it considers it as the presence of a wormhole link. But this can lead to false positives because sometimes in lossy networks the network topology changes and the route through which client node sends their packet changes. But so if the network has more lossy conditions, more higher hop count threshold value is recommended, and it can be chosen lower if you want to, in a less lossy scenario where you want to detect the packets more accurately. And in the detection accuracy, what causes the loss in the detection and what reduces the detection accuracy is that some nodes which are using the wormhole link do not have that drastic hop count difference after using the wormhole link. The drop will be lesser than the threshold. So hence those nodes don't get detected. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
You talk about the shortest path.
Yes.
So which particular protocol you have used for finding out the shortest path between source and destination?
That is, okay, so RPL creates a tree-like topology, and in this case, RPL has many objective functions that decide the network topology, and one of them, the simpler ones, is using a hop count. It calculates a minimum spanning tree from the source node. Here the source node is the UDP server, which is at the root of the tree, and then it calculates the minimum spanning tree from that source node to the rest of the client nodes.
Thank you.
So Jitesh, as per the table that you have shown, can we go back?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, how many simulations did you actually conduct?
6 in total, sir.
So, don't you think there is a little too less to come up to this conclusion? I mean, your thought might be novel enough, no questions. I mean, but please don't take me otherwise. Your intention is very, very wise. But only 6 simulations is too less to even conclude what you've got is right. Because I have some basic thoughts there. The threshold that you talk about itself is a question mark, because that would be dependent on how many nodes you have and how many changes in nodes or how many changes in hop counts do you have. And as I was talking to the previous speakers also, because this is a dynamic environment, nodes will keep changing in runtime regularly. So available nodes will keep changing, so my threshold will have to keep changing. So your results will change. Get the idea?
So you're talking about nodes that are
No, I mean,
not becoming available, for example, right?
And 6 number of simulations giving you 100% detection accuracy is, I mean, understandable on a slide, but too difficult to really even comprehend as a student of computer science, right?
Yes.
Only 6 experiments. Okay, I have some more questions for you here. I mean, you mentioned at one place nodes detected versus nodes utilized, and suddenly you have a change in number of nodes on the lower side because there is a wormhole attack coming in. Don't you think that itself is a first indicator that there is an attack? Nodes cannot suddenly change so fast. Number of hop counts that means. So that itself is an indication that something is wrong.
So that certain decrease in hop count, yes.
Or for that matter, the other way around, when I have maybe a dormant node and it's suddenly going active, or an introduction of a node that you are proposedly showing, which is an attacker.
Yes.
So this reintroduction of an extra node in a current environment of nodes itself is an anomaly that can be detected. Yes. So even before that node opens its mouth or probably asks and listens and introduces itself as a high MTU channel, before that itself you can detect that there is something wrong in this. Something that managed to do as trusted nodes, especially trusted neighbors, is where this can very well be detected. So I'm assuming that that is not your purview.
Yeah.
But then in cases like these, your threshold itself becomes a question mark. So the threshold that you have selected is giving you amazing results on 6 simulations. So my submission is, Jitesh, this is too less to really even accept that this is right.
It's understood, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong. On 6 simulations. You can't.
So I understand that it is less. We've tried to simulate it more, but then we've had issues with, it takes a long amount of time to simulate first of all, the networks with the larger number of nodes, and there are certain technical issues we face in that. We try to simulate.
There are other tools that you can use. I mean, there are the previous speakers that we already discussed. There are multiple tools that you can still use. Please go ahead and handle this as an algorithm, but then there are some leucanes that you'll have to really address to probably take this to a logical conclusion.
Sure, sir. And also, sir, one more thing about the dormant node becoming awake. That's, that's a valid thing you said. And the idea is that...
Jitesh, the other way around is always acceptable. A node which was awake, because of battery power going down, he goes to sleep or goes into dormant or is dead is very acceptable. But in a given environment, foreign or reintroduction of nodes itself is questionable.
So, but in the density of, just as an example, if the density of nodes over an area, for example, is constant, then the introduction, there's between 2 points in the plane, there's an average number of, a predicted number of hop counts, because if you assume, for example, the probability that a node is in a given area, and in one of the related works it's been modeled as a Poisson distribution, there is a certain range within which between point X and point Y the number of hop counts that are there. So the idea was that if you have a wormhole link that is dramatically large in terms of so several times larger in transmission size than the typical hop count, then that would be more significant than these network topology changes due to lossiness or nodes running out of power.
My submission is the same. I mean, MTU changed suddenly, nodes being introduced suddenly, hop counts changing suddenly itself are clear indicators that this network is under attack.
Yes.
Right? And then please correct this. 6 simulations is insufficient to draw a conclusion, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Jitesh.
Thank you.
In very high, extremely high frequency range at 43.7 GHz, utilizing the FR4 epoxy substrate with a relative permittivity of 4.4, and to analyze its performance in terms of return loss, VSR, gain, current distribution. Our objective is to design the simulate antenna for 5G communication because it aims at increasing the high data rates with a wide area of coverage. and it can easily be integrated into the PCB, which is practically very important for our application. Antenna design methodology. The work is to design the antenna using the coaxial field technique for the fixed mobile and satellite communication operating at 43.7 GHz. We use the software HFSS for simulation. These are certain design parameters which we use. The resonant frequency is 43.7 GHz. The dielectric constant is 4.4 and substrate height we used is 0.8 mm. Physical parameters used for the designing of the antenna includes the width of the patch, which is 2.59 mm, patch length 3.8 mm, height of the substrate is 0.8, width of the ground is taken as 7.39, the length of the ground is taken as 8.6, and we have changed the coaxial field points as x and y taken as 0.2 mm and 0 respectively. These are our antenna design. This is top view of the antenna and this is the side view of the antenna, which we simulated using the HFSS software. These are our results. First one is active edge parameter slot. It is also known as the return loss of the antenna, and it is found to be as -31 dB. Second is VSWR plot. This is our gain plot, which is coming as 7.31 dB, and this is the current distribution plot. The result analysis is the return loss is achieved to be -31.34 at the resonant frequency of 43.7 GHz. The ratio of mismatch between the antenna and the feed, which is known as BSR, is found to be 0.417. The design antenna exhibits faithful radiation patterns, achieves a gain of 7.31 dB, which is assumed to be as very high gain, and it is important for analyzing the efficiency of the antenna. Surface current distribution of the patch in the feed was examined at the resonant frequency, revealing insights into the antenna behavior. So this is conclusion. We have simulated the antenna using the HFSS simulation tool, and this study provides a novel design for the microstrip patch antenna, focusing on compactness and performance for the modern communication device. Overall, this research underscores the significance of the innovative antenna design methodology in unlocking the full potential of 5G technology, paving the way for enhanced connectivity and transformative applications in the digital era. As the coaxial feed is used for the antenna, the impedance problem is reduced.
So Lipika, all of this was a simulation work.
Yes.
Have you implemented anything actually?
Sir, actually at 43.7 GHz, it is very difficult to fabricate the antenna. So we have done the simulation of the antenna using the HFSS tool.
Yeah. Can we go back to antenna specifications? So yeah, next slide. Yeah. So these have been decided or have been evolved based on your experiments?
No, sir. We have actually calculated it using the different formulas. We have gone through the many of the research papers and works, and then we have used this value, because at this value only the antenna can be made more compact and it can be easily integrated into any of the device like satellite and mobile.
Yeah. So now when you say fixed mobiles and satellite communication, what frequency ranges are we talking about?
Sir, we are
transmission and reception ranges.
Yes, sir. Sir, for transmission, basically it works at very high frequency range of 28 GHz to 56 GHz. It basically lies at, but we are doing the simulation at 43.7 GHz because at this frequency the data rate capacity is very high. We can easily transmit the data. Initially we are only transmitting about the 1 GB of data, but at 43.7 GHz we can transmit the data up to 20 GB per second.
And how many of losses did you encounter there for simulation?
Sir, for simulation we have calculated the return loss.
How much was this?
Sir, it was calculated as -31 dB.
That's acceptable?
Yes, sir.
And for the data rate, is it acceptable?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's immensely high data rates.
Yes, sir.
But this data loss should have been a little low there, because at normal rates this is acceptable. At 20 Gbps at 5G speeds, I think you're not really, as you mentioned in your conclusions, you're not really utilizing the whole spectrum to its full potential.
Sir, because at this high frequency rate, it is practically impossible to design this, but still we are using these coaxial feed technique is the only feed technique which can be used.
That was my first question, lady, because this is the question was that fabrication is too difficult at these specifications.
Sir, fabrication is possible, but it is very costly.
Yeah, and then I mean for the trade-off that you have, cost versus efficiency and throughput trade-offs is terribly high. So I mean I hope you understand the cut point there. Simulations amazing, no questions. I fully trust what you might have done is right. But then taking this to actual implementation will have a ton of challenges, lady.
Yes,
and the losses that you indicate at that speeds are a little still on the higher side, because at 20 Gbps if there is even a small value of loss, there will be so much of retransmission requests, eventually my throughput will go down. So although on paper you say this is 20 Gbps, what I actually get as error-free, lossless, end-to-end delivery, successful, when you
have control at an accelerated intersection using blockchain. My contents are introduction, problem statement, then my research objectives, then dataset survey, then my proposed scheme, and then I will discuss results. Now, introduction. First, nowadays vehicles in road are doing days by days. So it results traffic jam and road accidents. So now there are various technologies which we can use to reduce these kinds of accidents and traffic jams. Technologies like blockchain and wireless sensor networks can help our transportation system to make it better. Like wireless sensors can be used, actually already using to sense number of vehicles in road, their speed, multiple things. And blockchain we can use to secure the actual traffic light system. So intelligent traffic light system devices are, most of devices are Internet of Things devices or IoT devices. So traffic lights are installed along roadsides. So these are easily, an attacker can take this facility so that he can use some kind of attack. Then so these devices are prone to different types of attacks. So traffic signal is an isolated intersection. An isolated traffic signal intersection is vulnerable point. So it is easily accessible by an intruder, and an adversary can conduct an attack on the system to get higher priority on road, so that he can pass the traffic intersection very fast or for fun. So this spell it again, traffic jam or road accident. My objective is development of a blockchain based solution to secure isolated traffic signal intersection and finding the performance of the system and security analysis of the system. So there are various works on intelligent transportation system. In the first work, wireless sensor network used to sense real-time communication between devices in ITS or intelligent traffic light system. So there are various challenges to use wireless sensor network in this scenario, because then in this scenario we need real-time protocols and real-time data. So this is difficult. Then Balasubramaniam discuss a blockchain technology to improve the security and reliability of intelligent transportation system. So to improve traffic signal, adaptive traffic signal, one author proposed another scheme which is not blockchain based in the city of Gujarat. So they consider each separate intersection, but different algorithm for different intersection, but all of the intersection will work collaboratively. Then there is another scheme which on fuzzy logic controller, which is also for dynamic traffic light signal control. So to make this system transparent, Another author proposed a solution in using blockchain to find parking space in a crowded city. But to make the system transparent, he used permissionless blockchain. So this compromises drivers' privacy. So there are other solutions which have some advantage, disadvantage, but in the whole literature survey, we have seen that there is any algorithm or any scheme which is blockchain based and for isolated intersection. So we have developed this proposed scheme. So in this scheme, this is my proposed architecture. We have one traffic controller in the middle, then there are 4 traffic lights in this scenario and 4 roadside units or RSU. First, the system will initialize from traffic controller or TC. TC will start first generating multiple pair of keys, public keys and private keys for RSU. Then it will share this to RSU. RSU will provide, RSU or roadside unit will provide their hard-coded IDs to the traffic controller, so that traffic controller can associate these hard-coded IDs to their public keys. So these are my devices, entities: roadside unit, traffic controller and traffic light. So roadside units acts like sensors which sense the environment, number of vehicles going through road, traffic controller who manages all the interaction and everything, and traffic lights acts like an actuator, means signaling green or red, whatever. This is information flow throughout the system, and key pair generation, RSU registration, key sharing, then secure communication. RSU sense vehicular environment using its sensors. Then it sense like number of vehicles on road, their speed and their time of arrival. Based on that, it sends this information to the traffic controller. Based on that information, traffic controller decides what will be the time for red signal or green signal. Then it will communicate this information to the traffic light, so the traffic light can show the particular light. So I have done my simulation in using Ethereum blockchain, and smart contracts are written in Solidity language. Then hyperledger caliper is used to get these results, and these are my latency. Number of transactions: first I have sent 25 transactions per second, latency introduced 21 seconds, then 50 transactions per second, which produces 47 seconds latency, then 75, 68 and 100 transactions per second, which introduce 112 seconds latency. And all of these results for 25 transactions, I have done this 10 times. Then for 50 transactions, sending 50 transactions 10 times. Then this is the latency for fetching the signal, signal timing from the blockchain. So again, for this 25 transactions per second, I have sent this 10 times, then this 10 times. So these are the latencies I got. So in conclusion, I can say that existing traffic light signal is based on which are based on blockchain, but not for an isolated intersection. So there is a gap which I try to fill. This experimental result shows that the suggested architecture can be implemented in real scenario. And these are few references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sunanda. I have the one question.
Let's have a talk about that development of remote environmental air monitoring system using LabVIEW and IoT. Here something we have incorporated which we wanted to present in front of all of you without any wireless. Nowadays most of the IoT system is having some Wi-Fi connection, but here we have no need, because the existing software or the methodology for the industrial automation that can be utilized. Myself, Professor Chattopadhyay in National Institute of Technical Teachers, Delhi, Kolkata. So regarding the IoT, everybody knows
how the IoT nowadays, just over a decade, how they have developed, and most of the gadgets are internally interconnected through the IoT. That is, everybody knows it. But if you see, there are now over 100 million of IoT connected devices in major industries. I am interested to let you know this one. Let's see this: government offices, air conditioning, retail, transportation, water distribution, gas, oil, pipelines, electrical power grids, railway transportation system. Yes, IoT is very much useful for data acquisition, monitoring, analysis. What about the control? Here you can see all the industries which I have shown you. They are all basically distribution type. Okay? So now what is the problem actually we are facing? In control system, there are two types of industries are there. Distribution type, another is the manufacturing. Okay? Their operation is very much similar, but they are different in some aspects. What is that? Just I wanted to let you know. In fact, IoT systems are specifically designed to handle long distance communication challenges, delays, and data loss caused by the various communication media used. Therefore, for precise control action, not possible by means of the IoT application. IoT system is usually not employable for greater degree of closed loop control because the control of industrial manufacturing processes is typically more complicated than the supervisory control of distribution system. So by means of IoT, to control a transformer switch on or off by means of IoT signal, if it takes 30-second time, there is no problem. But while at drum level control, if it is more than 5 milliseconds, then there will be a disaster. So this one IoT having a great role, but still for complicated control strategy in manufacturing plant having no role. Well, sir, in my present work, what we have done, IoT-based environmental air temperature and pollution monitoring system developed and analyzed by using the thermistor and the gas sensor. All the components are available in the market. It is basically the system designing which we have done for the smart cities. It is very effective. Every corner of the city, the temperature, pollution can easily be monitored, not controlled. I am not talking about the control. Monitored by using the IoT system. The output signal from the sensor are transferred to the IoT platform, like ThinkSpeak, and using LabVIEW programming via DAC card. LabVIEW having a costly, but ThinkSpeak is free of cost. You can get it. It is methods, products like MATLAB. The users at the receiving end are authorized to access, monitor, analyze the data from the IoT platform. If the selected threshold value if we implement, then automatically alarm annunciation will come. Then the user can take an action whether that route should be closed or not according to the pollution level or etc. etc. Thus the temperature of the surroundings as well as the presence of CO2 gas have been remotely monitored by using this system. This is very simple way we are going to present one temperature sensor. Here you can see the harmful gas means carbon dioxide sensor. Through signal conditioning, definitely it is needed. After that, through DAC, it is entering in the LabVIEW platform. And LabVIEW platform is in connecting through API to the ThinkSpeak. So from your mobile or your computer, if it is loaded with the ThinkSpeak, you can see what is happening in that particular place, keeping yourself far away. So in this study, a system has been built by remote monitoring of the environmental condition. The order of track of the temperature or CO2 gas, the model that we have taken, MJ811 gas sensor and the thermistor, which are all available through DAC, already I have explained you. And the user at the receiver end can monitor and analyze the data, because the data which we are going to get in the ThinkSpeak, ThinkSpeak is a part of that MATLAB, so that data immediately can be communicated to the MATLAB and you can analyze. So within a fraction of a second. This is a great advantage of that one. Now these are the sensor which we have bought from the market and utilize it. And if you see the sensor, the signal conditioning is first part of it. Sensor is the left hand side, that is the gas sensor, MJ811. That is the inside that, and that part, the next part is the signal conditioning, which is already added inside that sensor. So only you will get the V out. So whenever there is a placing of that gas, this is the divider circuit we have taken. See, all the things are very simplified way we have implemented, keeping some components from the taken from the market and implemented through the software. These are the things. Here there is a divider circuit, where actually because of the temperature, what we are going to get, the change in resistance of the thermistor. So ultimately we will get the voltage. So voltage is converting to the RTX. So that is basically we have taken care. Now see, this is the two picture. In the top one, where we have utilized the divider circuit and thermistor, and the below one we have taken the CO2 gas sensor. Here through lab view we are just experimenting it. This is the direct figure of that experimentation. ThinkSpeak is a free, already you know, open source of software that people can talk with internet connected gadgets by giving the API to both the devices. API already you know, application program interface between the two software, that is the interconnection, just like a waiter in the, what is called in the restaurant. Waiter is taking the order from you and going to the cooking section, taking the food and going back to that parcel. So this in this way API is actually working. So ThinkSpeak integration with MATLAB from MathWorks, a numerical computing program allows user to study, analyze, but that means the alarm annunciation and the different conditions can be utilized. Here this is the basically a block diagram of that lab view. Here you can see this is the DAC data. Left hand side there are two sensors are connected, and the split signal, one sensor is going to that what is called that filter, another is going the down side, that is one mathematical is there, because actually that thermistor voltage we are converting it into the resistance. So that circuit is there, and ultimately that is going to the format into string. Here you can see the API. In the ThinkSpeak you have to open the API. So you will get a string API. That API you will have to put over here in that panel. So whenever, that means the API means request to data. So whenever you will put it, and when it is running that one, now see here there are two API we have taken. One for thermistor, another for gases. And here the right hand side there is the HTML. So if your computer is connected with the internet, automatically through cloud, the data from lab view will go to the ThinkSpeak IoT panel. So in detail of that analysis already I have mentioned in that paper. So whenever you will go through that, you will be able to understand very clearly. Now see, this is the experimental results. Here see already you know the characteristics of that thermistor. You know very well, this is like this. What we have taken, just place the thermistor in the temperature bath. We have increased the temperature. The range is from 25 to 60 degree. There is a digital indication. We have taken the mercury because we need the correct data. So accordingly we have taken 3 sets of data, and then after best fit polynomial curve, we have taken this one. This is the characteristics of this, and ultimately we have taken that percentage errors. That is the most important. In any measurement, percentage error is the most important. Here you can see plus minus 0.2%. That is that error we have taken from that experimentation. So, and also we have taken some threshold value of that temperature. Here I think we have taken the around 45 or 45 degrees, I will let you know. So at that time, if the temperature is more than that, then immediately alarm will come. Now again you can see in the ThinkSpeak, both the data is coming. Whatever the change is going on in the field, through LabVIEW and cloud, is going to that ThinkSpeak platform. So you may be there, you may be out of the station, you may be anywhere, but you will get this data. But question will come, what about the delay? I have already told you, IoT major problem is the delay. So the delay is there because we are utilizing cloud, and already you know that data transmission, then receiving in between there is a lot, there may be some possibility of loss of signal, and major problem is the delay of the signal. And that delay is around 15 seconds. But for the complex control, we need millisecond in order. So this is the major drawback of the IoT system. But yes, it is very much effective for monitoring. Suppose you are getting the signal after 15 seconds from that does not any matter. The experiment for that gases, what we have taken, see, sodium bicarbonate and vinegar, that is mixed up, and that equation you can see that sodium acetate form, and carbonic acid. Carbonic acid is very unstable, so we have got a carbon dioxide. So whenever mixing it, there is a jar. So at the jar, all air will be replaced and carbon dioxide will fill up, and we have placed the sensor and we have got the data. So the get data actually we have taken in the ppm form, parts per minute. That is because actually the measurement system. So which is heavier than the air can be collected by the top surface of the container where carbon dioxide is there. Now this is the sensor. Now to calibrate the gas sensor has been done by connecting it with an analog input pin of that Arduino board. Here we have taken Arduino without any Wi-Fi, but it's very cheaper one. And here actually we have put some coding system, mathematical form, where that voltage coming out from that sensor is converting to a ppm. So that is a simple mathematics that we have done it, and then we have got this data. You can see these are the data we have taken, and percentage error also we have calculated, sir. But here percentage error is more than 2%, plus minus 2%. So that's still it is within the tolerable limit, because in measurement system we generally allow plus minus 2% of error in any measurement. So these are the data. This is the ThinkSpeak data. This is the block diagram, the right hand side. This is the front panel of the lab view. So there we can see both. And again the same data we can see in the ThinkSpeak. Okay, but in between, already I have told you there is a 15-second difference. That is the delay of that one. That is the main problem. So again one thing we have taken 442 ppm for carbon dioxide we have taken the threshold, and 35 degrees Celsius we have taken the threshold. So whenever the temperature is raised above the 35, then we have got this alarm, means that red color of that symbol, that is the lab view, and also in the ThinkSpeak we can see. So we can conclude this by using this gas sensor and the temperature sensor, keeping yourself away from that position. We can accumulate the data, we can acquisition the data, and ThinkSpeak is a very nice platform. It's free of cost, but here we have not utilized any Wi-Fi. Whenever the atmospheric CO2 level or the temperature level exceeds, so beyond the threshold value, so immediately we will get the alarm. So according to that, the persons will take care whether any action will be taken. And in the MATLAB, the ThinkSpeak data immediately can be transmitted to the MATLAB, and you can analyze it. You can see the data position, data transmission, all these things. All this is data peak. Any change of that one can be done. And the advantage is this, that without any Wi-Fi you can utilize it. Drawback of this system is, for PID control system, it is not at all effective because of that delay. So whenever our IoT system will transmit the data, receiving and transmitting within a second order, then only any plant in anywhere can be controlled, keeping yourself away from that. But nowadays, still today, whatever we have got the data, that is only for monitoring and analysis. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Subrata.
You can see in the ThinkSpeak. Okay, but in between, already I have told you there is a 15-second difference. That is the delay of that one. That is the main problem. So again one thing we have taken 442 ppm for carbon dioxide we have taken the threshold, and 35 degrees Celsius we have taken the threshold. So whenever the temperature is raised above the 35, then we have got this alarm, means that red color of that symbol, that is the lab view, and also in the ThinkSpeak we can see. So we can conclude this by using this gas sensor and the temperature sensor, keeping yourself away from that position. We can accumulate the data, we can acquisition the data, and ThinkSpeak is a very nice platform. It's free of cost, but here we have not utilized any Wi-Fi. Whenever the atmospheric CO2 level or the temperature level exceeds, so beyond the threshold value, so immediately we will get the alarm. So according to that, the persons will take care whether any action will be taken. And in the MATLAB, the ThinkSpeak data immediately can be transmitted to the MATLAB, and you can analyze it. You can see the data position, data transmission, all these things. All this is data peak. Any change of that one can be done. And the advantage is this, that without any Wi-Fi you can utilize it. Drawback of this system is, for PID control system, it is not at all effective because of that delay. So whenever our IoT system will transmit the data, receiving and transmitting within a second order, then only any plant in anywhere can be controlled, keeping yourself away from that. But nowadays, still today, whatever we have got the data, that is only for monitoring and analysis. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Subrata.
Title of my paper is Intelligent Radio Framework Using CNN-Based Signal Classifier and Software-Defined Radios. The problem statement is that when, if you have come through the corridor, you have seen Rifleman Sanjay Kumar passing his his success signal, but he could pass only till his platoon commander, and the company commander sitting there could not hear it because he was having a different radio set. That is the non-compatibility of different radio sets. And let me tell you, the total cost of the radio sets held with the Indian Defence Forces are worth around 2 lakh crore rupees. The legacy radio sets, they cannot be part of any MANET. Non-availability of indigenous radio transmitter identification system. You can see the picture on to the right. Sipai Bhoop Singh, who is a 12th pass operator, he will find this on his screen. He doesn't know which signal corresponds to the Pakistan signals and which are his own signals. He doesn't know where the Sipai of Pakistan Army is passing some messages to get some water, and when the General of Pakistan Army is passing some messages. So the tactical and the strategic importance of this signal is lost because of this negligence. Further, upgradation to the modern equipment is capital heavy. So with this as the background, we came to the aim to develop a universal radio for intercompatibility with the legacy radios, which can further form a smart intelligent grid taking these legacy radios. For this experiment setup, we used a Cyronics 3S Quasar 3S SDR, which got an instantaneous bandwidth of 50 MHz and which operates from 1 MHz to 18 GHz, covering the entire COM band in normal military and civil domain, and further the non-COM of low range radars. We used a bicone antenna, which is again covering from 1 mega to 18 giga, and these are the 14 radio sets of different country origin which we have targeted. They all got different modulation, different encoder scheme, but we have integrated them together into one chip and one box. So how we are doing that? The very first thing of a transmitter is the modulation. And we are taking the in-plane and the quadrature signals and we are plotting them as constellation diagram. And then we are doing a comparison of the constellation diagram and we are identifying the modulation. Here, what all modulations we have covered is already on your view file. Now, identification through image classification. When I was operating in the signal intelligence, I saw that every radio set created a particular kind of transmission pattern. You can see the Motorola handheld, which is using frequency modulation, and the CNR, which is again using frequency modulation. The spectrogram images are different. Further, the two FM broadcast centers, same make of Alcatel, same modulation, wideband FM, but the shapes are different. So we thought that definitely we can, if this is visible to naked eye, then a machine learning model can definitely identify them. And further, it can identify the exact identification. I repeat, it is not only the classification of the transmitter, but if there are 10 Wi-Fi routers of ANDA made in 2024 January, it can identify all 10 with their identification. This is called the radio fingerprinting. So first we did with the simple basic first nascent step with YOLO V5, and we got an accuracy of around 94% with this. But this was only for the classification. Then when the spectrogram can give a shape, then definitely the RF signal contains that parameters, the patterns. So we created a shallow 1D CNN model where we fed all these details. Basically, we took all the statistical characteristics like the power spectral density, the max, the variance,
correlation coefficients of both I and Q signals, and then we trained the model for this. So now, after realizing, after seeing the values, the results for both the model, we realized that we are recording the signal, suppose at 8 megahertz. The moment we are recording below 8 or above 8, the image classification model is failing. The reason, the image being skewed or widened. Further, when the signal to noise ratio is going bad, that time the RF classification the RF classification model is performing bad. But when we are combining both them together, the shape is not changing at different SNR levels, and at different bandwidth there is padding, but the pattern is intact. So we clubbed them together, we created a hybrid model, and we put a probability aggregator where it is giving out the output. This is what I was speaking. This is the performance of the three models of the image classification, the RF classification, and the RF model in variable SNR levels. This is the in different bandwidth. You can see the sharp change for the image classification model in this. And this is the final result what we got. STARS V is well-made narrowband FM set, a military set. Motorola is again a handheld set, and we could identify both of them. Now, when we identify the radio set, definitely with the advancement of HDR technology, we realized that if I know that there is a particular kind of set, I know the parameters, I know the encoders, I know the decoders, I know the modulation, I know the bandwidth, then definitely I can program the SDR so that it can start interacting with them. The only thing was that instead of manual, if it can be automated, then the operator will be very helpful for the operator will be very happy for this, and the operational efficiency and the reduction of manual intervention will go down. So this is how we created the framework. The framework got two things in that. The first is the SDR, where we are doing the basic band, we are doing the baseband signal processing. Then we are giving that the output to the CNN model, and then we have a radio database where we are comparing it raises a flag. The flag is then corresponds to each transmitter, and then we set those transmitter parameters to another SDR, where we can use as a normal transceiver, or we can even use as a repeater. Why repeater? Suppose there is a set, FM set. It can transmit only till 20 to 25 kilometers. But the HF set, which is working in an HF band, it can transmit for 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. In fact, we have received signals from Colombo in Srinagar. So if we can integrate both of them, then the Sipahi Bhoop Singh carrying just a 100-gram radio set, he can go and he can speak to Colombo sitting in his bunker. So this was the basic building block behind this. This is the GNU radio model which we worked on. I have just shown the narrowband FM and the narrowband FM cross-patching for the repeater mode here. The solution is right now is under progress for MOU with Paras Technologies for mass production. This is the console where we are identifying the signal. You can see this is the spectrogram image where the image is being fed, and the RF is taken from the port. And further, the data is if there is a new kind of transmission, further it is fed to the database, and we are upgrading the database for this. Use cases, as I have showed, I have told the interoperability of all military and civil radio sets. Like few days back, disaster in Mumbai, NDRF has come, military has come, but they don't have compatible radio sets. They are just exchanging sets. So the resource optimization will be here. Creation of enemy electronic orbit of battery. The radio set of the general and the radio set of Sipahi are fixed the day they join the army. So if we identify the radio set, we know where the general is located, where the formations are located. So that gives a wider picture in the strategic level for any defense forces. Anti-spoofing and authentication through radio fingerprinting. Definitely, if my boy is there and somebody gives a call on radio speaking my name, he knows that no, this set is not corresponding to me. So he knows that this is a sport signal. So this is how the anti-spoofing mechanism can take place. Then creation of a pseudo-manet. there will be gateways of these SDR placed, and these legacy radio sets, when they are moving, it will identify these radio sets, get them into the grid, and it will automatically transmit the data to the grid of the SDRs, and it will create a pseudo manet. The advantage is that even if one radio set is lost right now, we have to change the entire algorithm of the entire radio sets. In this case, for that particular timing, we don't need to do that, because the radio set which is compromised will never be allowed to get into the grid. Then increased bandwidth and availability. Manet, the word is enough for this. With this I have finished. Any questions, sir, please?
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lieutenant Colonel Pankaj Kumar Shrimal, representing Military College of Telecommunication Engineering. I am presently pursuing MTech in Electronics and Communication from MCT Mount. Various signal intelligence agencies that are deployed near the borders are being given formidable task of intercepting the communication that is being done by our adversaries. With the changing scenario and the challenges, it is also imperative that our adversaries are also exploiting the technologies. So as it is being said that the text data are easily available, and also we can easily share and store these. Much of the research has been done from text to text translation, and not much of the research has been done in speech to text translation, as it is imperative that our adversaries, that is intercepting the signal, our adversary must be speaking in speech, must be speaking which we are intercepting. So it is very much useful for us to translate what our adversaries are speaking. With this, I come to the aim of my project, that is language translation tool for 4 languages, that is Urdu, Pashto, Punjabi and Nepali. As these 4 languages are low resource languages and not much of the research has been done on these languages. Also, these languages are spoken by only a handful of people. Therefore, to develop a universal transcription and translator for 4 languages, it has to be the state-of-the-art deep learning technique, and also it must be deployed on cloud-based, accessible with authorized users via the web interface, depending upon looking at the security aspect. I will be covering my presentation in the following preview, that is learn about the large language models, understand the approaches to train these large language models, collect how I have collected and created the data, finalizing the model, training the model, and after training fine-tuning it so that its accuracy is increased, and lastly testing the model on the field data. that is the various interceptions. Total out of 7.8 billion population, these are the languages. The English is mostly most spoken languages with around 1.5 to 2 billion approximately people speaking in English. And Urdu, Pashto, Punjabi, Nepali, it comes very after around it comes Urdu language comes at 36th number, and similarly Pashto, Punjabi, Nepali, which comes very far after 50 it comes. So these languages, Pashto for example 50 to 60 million people are only speaking out of total world population. Punjabi 150 million people, and Nepali 15 to 20 million people. Only a handful of people are speaking in Nepali languages. Methodology, that is firstly the data sets which are available in open source are not available in abundance. So I have to collect the data, I have to make the data. I have collected these data from various sources like YouTube, where the transcription is being provided. So I have collected from that in the form of various subscript. I have collected those data, and then cleaning those data as it includes various mistakes and also the short forms which are available. So these all I have to clean those data, then understand the syntactic and the semantic architecture of the data. That is, one word has more than two meanings. So that is where the semantic meaning of the sentence comes, in what context the sentence has been spoken. So that model needs to understand that. Data mapping and tokenization, that is breaking of the text into smaller words, subwords, characters, and then mapping those words into different languages, like one word meaning in different languages, mapping those words, then fabricating the model for the dataset, training, testing, field testing, and finally designing the architecture and the GUI. This is the normal architecture of the large language model. That is, firstly the text is being given as input, then the text is break into the various tokens, then the token are being given to the embedded layer, where unique ID of each token is being given. After the unique ID, it is represented into vector form. After vector form, it is being given into various layers of the RNN layer, and depending on that, the contextualized representation is being made, and it is given to decoder layer, where cross attention is being given to each and every word, and depending upon that attention, the next word is predicted in this large language model. Since my input is the speech, so long-mail spectrogram is being used, where the speech is first sampled at 16 kilohertz rate, and then after the sampling is being done, then a graph is using the Fourier transform graph between the frequency and the time is being made. Here, point to be noted that depending upon the pitch, the energy, depending upon the pitch of the word, the energy it is being shown. The brighter the more the pitch, the brighter is the energy, and depending upon that, the words are being formed. Words are being transcribed from the mail spectrogram, and again predicted. This is the normal amplitude versus time spectrogram. With amplitude versus time, not much of the information can be deducted, and using the log mail spectrogram, the brighter, as you can see, the brighter is the more is the pitch, the brighter it becomes. So depending upon the pitch, the words are being generated from that. These are the data sets, availability of data set which I have collected from various sources, as these 4 languages are very low source languages. So not much of the data sets are available in open source. This is the result of my model. With 10 out of 10 epochs, I have able to achieve around 60% of the accuracy with all the languages, that is Urdu, Pashto, Punjabi and Nepali. And as the number of data sets are increased, the accuracy is also increased. So it is right now the training has been completed and it is on the final stage of finalizing the model. I am finished. Any question?
I am Lieutenant Colonel Manas Bajpayee and I am from Military College of Telecommunication Engineering. I am sorry my paper must not have been in this current list because I was presenting another paper, that is why I am the part of this particular schedule. So I am presenting, my paper is on 5G based new generation mobile ad hoc networks, that is MANETs. So then we already have, in Indian Army, we already have so many radios. Few are legacy, few are state-of-the-art current radios. We all know the nations like Israel, they have a monopoly. The US also have a significant development when it comes to the radio communication. Then once we already have these VHF, UHF, HF and LUP radios, what is the exact requirement of the MANETs? I'll just throw some light upon before subsequently we dwell into the new generation MANETs, what I propose. My presentation would be in the following headings. Why do we need mobile ad hoc networks? See, the current the deployment, be it the disaster relief or the warfare or any kind of operational task, be it the internal security or the external, by and large the kind of methodology that we follow currently is what we have drawn in from the Second World War era, to be very honest. It is the legacy that has been handed over to us from the Industrial Revolution is what we have today. That is a set of radio networks that would be subsequently of different frequencies at the different headquarters for paramilitaries or for the armed forces and all, and subsequently the operations are carried on in this particular manner. But then it was only till the fourth industrial revolution had not arrived. While we as Indians were blessed not to have the Second World War on our soil, to be precise, but then believe you me, the world outside in last 12 odd months has taken a total turn, and the warfare and the operations, be it the disaster relief or for the casualty management, are certainly not happening the way we think, presume, and we know that it would. So this is the kind of current battlefield, or why I have taken this typical example is that it suits me particularly better to explain to the gathering as to this is the kind of communication that we are expecting these days. The soldier right at the front is expected to have a seamless communication oblique a feed via a drone and maybe accuracy detectors through the satellite, subsequently in communication with the mechanized columns that are by his side. And this is another peculiarity. So MANETs, being ad hoc in nature, are mostly used for small durations and for the special forces. This particular image just mentions some of the specialized equipments being held and being used by the special forces world over. This illustration is particularly for our Indian Army, but then there is nothing new that the world over armies are not using currently. So then, with the technical part, this is the existing MANET technology that is being used currently world over. That is, we have a few MANET equipments that operate typically between 2.4 to 5 gigahertz, subsequently being connected to a basic station, and a relay link is there. In this particular illustration, what I have depicted through a remote router is what is also called as VANET, or a vehicular based mobile ad hoc networks, or vehicular based ad hoc networks that relatively provide us some more amount of flexibility and some more amount of redundancy in terms of the router. Now then, these are the challenges currently with the MANETs that are being there in the environment. be it the overhead dilemmas, the issues with network scalability, adaptability challenges in dynamic environments, persistent challenges in MANET advancement. Over and above, these are the challenges that are only with the existing MANETs that are being used. Apart from these, the legacy equipment, the tons and tons of legacy equipment that we are still holding, be it the police, the security forces, the NDRF and the army in terms of the radio sets, and the ones which we are using since 1950s are separately. Their configuration and integration is another issue. So then, the aim is to design a 5G powered fog, mist, cloud-based new generation network, and I'll clarify the aim right here. To be very precise, a 5G powered fog would mean a Sipahi Ram Singh right ahead would have a sensor which would be a fog based. Subsequently, the feed would be taken by the battalion headquarter or the interim headquarter, which would be a mist based, and the connectivity from the sensor to the interim headquarter would be 5G based network. And then if I wish to have the same topology, say at a remote location, then I would prefer to witness it on the cloud-based environment that would provide me flexibility in terms of the scalability as well as the security. Sounds slightly ambitious, but then it is possible, it is being done as we speak. So then, what it takes to what I have just proposed are these. That is the cloud infrastructure. We would need some mist nodes, the fog nodes, the wired and wireless connectivity, and the optical communication interfaces. So I have mentioned the infrastructure from top to bottom. I'll correlate on ground from bottom to top. That is optical infrastructure would mean the NFS infrastructure that we are already having. That is the 13 to 18 gigs frequency, the optical fiber communication that we are already holding, currently being deployed for the armed forces. The wired and wireless connectivity would be subsequently the microwave towers as backup, as well as the satellite communication. Fog, mist and cloud I just now explained. Something akin to what commercially is being used as say AWS cloud or the other cloud infrastructures is what we propose as armed forces, that is for the tri-services based, a cloud-based comprehensive infrastructure which would thrive as part of the communication on the NFS that is already being laid, and the processing would subsequently be assisted by the GPUs being deployed at the various places. But then that would still be a bottleneck as to that we'll subsequently go as to how. So this is what I propose. As we can see, the missed part is the man-pack sensors, portable transceivers, micro-grid networks. These are the soldiers right at the front line or the rescuers at the ground zero. Say for example, the frontline workers in the calamities that recently happened in Mumbai or maybe somewhere in there. Then we have intermediate headquarters and then subsequently the mobile users and so on. As I've mentioned, we would have the VANETs, the servers, the relay stations, and RAN. Why I've specifically mentioned this RAN is, I'll subsequently we'll be dwelling upon that. And then we have cloud at the rear. This particular area that I've highlighted is the one which would be powered by the 5G, and that is why 5G holds a very critical thing in this particular infrastructure. So why 5G is important is because we know all the issues that come across due to the MANETs, starting from the latency to the load, to the congestion, to the various challenges with the algorithms DOV and ADOV. Simply all the challenges of MANET bandwidth are straight away taken care of the moment I deploy this open slicing 5G based RAN architecture. And then this is a typical scenario of a RAN architecture what I propose. We have been working on such architecture in a lab environment for now, and the issue comes with the delay due to the connectivity with the cloud based environment. This is again the RAN-based architecture that we are implementing, and these are the typical subsets for the same. That would be the deployment of base stations, the multi-access edge computing, the dynamic spectrum access, ultra-reliable low latency, network slicing, and seamless handover, integration with the existing infrastructure. The last point is still an issue, and these are the challenges against the algorithms being used in the manage that we aim to overcome. Okay, so now this is the experiment that we've carried out, and if you would see on the right side, the plot that you can see, it would be inappropriate for me to compare the data capability of a 5G network with a MANET. There's no comparison otherwise. But then what I have mentioned here, the blue load that you can see is the load that I am receiving through a cloud at a distant location. So that is why, as you can see, the load is increasing. The initial values are also not as promising as we expect them to be as a part of 5G network, because the bottleneck is the connectivity with the cloud-based environment, and that is what we are still working on. And if hopefully we would achieve the significant improvement in that, and that is when we can promisingly say that instead of having typical legacy radio network, a simple plain soldier can be just handed over a mobile phone through which he can also work. His sensors are there, they are already 5G connected, something as what the commercial world calls as the IoT. We call it the futuristic soldier devices, and then subsequently those feed can be obviously seen at the battalion and hierarchical level, at the same time can be monitored through the cloud by the highest hierarchy. But then at the cost of this current delay is what we are experiencing as of now. Then the use cases, the military operations, surveillance activities, disaster relief, remote industrial operations, and public safety. These are, we all know, these are the promising the avenues wherein these can be utilized. And the aim is that all these individuals should be able to successfully utilize this particular system. I am finished. Thank you. Anything else? The avenues wherein these can be utilized, and the aim is that all these individuals should be able to successfully utilize this particular system. I am finished. Thank you. Anything else?
And I'm from Amity University, Noida, and I'm currently pursuing BTech in CAC. So I'm here to present my paper, which is the title, A Root-Based Comparison of Text Summarization Model. Talking about this, let's introduce what is text summarization. Basically, we know what text summarization is. Like, we convert the whole lengthy paragraphs or thing into concise writings or very short paragraph. Now, but it has to maintain its relevance and significance and its objectives. Why text summarization is important nowadays? Because everyone is using text summarization. For example, if you take attorneys, they have to go through a lot of paperwork, and for them reading everything is very much, it's a hectic thing. Therefore, for them, if you're just taking an example, for them text summarization comes helpful to them. Now why? In this text summarizations, I've used 3 models, that is Pegasus, BERT and T5. I'll talk about these models. So why do we have to, what is the importance of comparing the text summarization models? Because as a researchers, it is very important to compare and find out which model is performing better. Now my objective of this paper, of this study, is to find out which model out of these 3 is performing better. And the evaluation process that I have taken is Rouge based, and that is the evaluation matrix for comparing. Now talking about my data set, I have taken this data set online from Hugging Face community. This data set name is Samsung dataset, and this dataset has been developed by Samsung R&D Institute from Poland. So these datasets, describing these datasets are having almost 16,000 entries. So it's a good dataset to train my models on. And what are the evaluation metrics that is taken into consideration? That is root score. Now, what is root score? So it's defined here that root score focuses on how well this, it is, the quality of summary is evaluated. And now talking about my models, just briefly sharing what my models are. Like Pegasus, for example, how do I define Pegasus? So Pegasus is based on transformer based model. So for transformer based model, they use encoder and decoder. For an encoder, like the input is encoded and the output is decoded last. For T5 model, T5 is just an extension of encoder transformer based model. So one unique thing about T5 is that it only focuses on the text to text transformation. Talking about BERT model, so BERT is bidirectional model, transformer based model. So BERT actually can take into consideration from both the sides, like from left to right and from right to left, taking into considerations of like where can be weight and move. So Pegasus and T5 model are developed by Google Scholar AI team, and BERT model has been developed by Facebook AI team. So yes, this is the methodology that we have performed on these three models, and we have taken the root score. One more thing is that since the data set is huge, we have converted the data set into 16 batches. And then we have performed all the evaluation metrics on there. So one important thing is that we have to keep track of the training loss and the validation loss. Now, with each epoch, we have performed 100 epoch. Epoch is the iterations. So we have performed 100 epoch. So you can see that I have given an interval of that epoch on the x-axis and the loss on the y-axis. For training, for both the training loss and validation loss, as we move on, as the epoches increases, the training loss and the validation loss should decrease. So that's the main thing. Now we can see in the graph, yes, it is decreasing, and this means our model is good to go. So, but one problem is here with the BERT model. If you can see the red one, the training loss is going down, it's okay, but the validation loss is increasing with the increase in epoch. So this might signify that the model might, with this data set, there may be a condition of overfitting. So now moving on to the result that we have done, we evaluated through root matrices. Now if you see here also, I have given Rouge 1, Rouge 2. This graph is for Rouge L, Rouge L sum. Now if I explain you can see the green graph is representing Pegasus, and the blue graph is representing the T5, and the red graph is red one is representing BERT. Now if you see, as the epoch is increasing, the green graph, that is Pegasus model, at a higher epoch level, the graph is becoming stabilized. There is less variations. But in case of BERT model, there is little bit variations even at a higher epoch. So, and for a good evaluation to be, the Rouge score has to be high. So from this comparison, we can conclude, like if you see for all the Rouge 1 and Rouge 2, from this comparison, and if you see the average, we can see that Pegasus is having the highest Rouge value. So from this analyzing these three models, we can find out that Pegasus is performing better than other two models. So yes, this is my discussion, and in future I tend to work on the limitations that I told you on birth, like there might be a condition of overfitting, and yes, on also I intend to apply more models. Thank you.
Diagnostic, a comparative analysis of CNN in skin and lung cancer classification. So basically the thing is, I am comparing CNN in two types of cancers. That is, one is skin cancer and another is lung cancer. Both have different type of images. Lung cancer got demographic, or you can say X-ray images, and skin cancer have photos like you can even take from your phone. But still, CNN is performing very well in both type of photos. So what it is that makes CNN distinguished from others? Like if you see from KNN and compare it to CNN, there's a high difference in accuracy. So these are the base papers we have taken, and as you can see in both type of cancers, the accuracy is exceeding 90%. And in lung cancer, the accuracy is even exceeding 97 to 98%, like that's the normal accuracy. So yeah, that's the problem identification. Now for the comparison, what we have done is we have considered the same data set. For lung cancer it is LC 25,000, and for skin cancer it's HAM 10,000. These are public databases and can be found also on Kaggle. Now the skin cancer can usually happens in white skin people because of lack of melanin, and usually the harm UV radiations cause too much harm on the skin, and they even burn the skin. Lung cancer is there are many types through which lung cancer can happen. The major is smoking. Smoking does lung cancer. So yeah, these are the data sets we have used. So now these are the methodologies we have used. First one is data set. Then we are cleaning the data set. It means that there might be some null values. We are removing them. Then we are normalizing and standardizing the data set, which means that there might be a very big difference in values, and we are normalizing the values. We are resizing the image, and the image might be rotated, correcting the image, and then we are splitting the data. Data splitting is basically, we don't want to overfit the model, and we also want to check the accuracy, so that's why we are splitting the data. Now the real magic happens in CNN. So what CNN basically does is there are three layers. First one is convolutional layer, second one is pooling layer, and third one is fully connected layer. So let's say I am feeding an image to CNN. Now what happens is it converts that image into pixels, a grid of pixels, and it gives every pixel a number. Let's say it given the first pixel 267, third pixel 300. Now coalition layer will apply some filters which are also in the same, which contains the same as dimensions as the image, and then with that it classifies the features of the image. With different features you classify different features. Now what pooling layer does is, there is a huge ample amount of data, it reduces the data to a very small size. Now what we do is we have this sequence where we apply one convolution layer, one pooling layer, then one convolution layer, one pooling layer, and by that we have very small and accurate data. Now fully connected layers are actual neural networks which process the data and which then identify and classify our images. So these are the references, and basically CNN gives above 90% accuracy if we can split the data well. If we can just filter the data well, it gives a huge amount of accuracy compared.
Also knows that recommender engines are used to predict and suggest items that users might be interested in. These systems analyze user preferences, behaviors, interactions with items to generate personalized recommendations. There are widely three types of recommender systems: collaborative filtering, content-based filtering, and hybrid filtering. The application of recommender systems are diverse and widespread across various industries. For example, e-commerce websites such as Amazon use recommender system to recommend products, increase user interactivity, and enhance user and drive sales. Streaming and video recommender systems such as YouTube and Netflix use it to recommend different movies, videos to new users to to new users, and similarly, music recommendation systems such as Spotify uses recommender system to recommend music and podcasts to users.
Learning and machine learning algorithms to address the pressing need for early detection of COVID-19 and to distinguish COVID-19 and pneumonia. Because of the virus rapid spread, it is imperative to identify positive COVID-19 cases from other lung disease like pneumonia as soon as possible and expedite the diagnosis procedure to we can say stop this spread of virus. So in this research, we perform a number of experiments focusing on the classification of COVID-19 pneumonia using chest X-ray image into different categories like COVID-19 versus normal class and COVID-19 versus pneumonia versus normal class.
शतकोटि सूर्य शतकोटि चंद्र शतकोटि सरित सर सिंधु मंद्र शतकोटि विष्णु ब्रह्मा महेश शतकोटि जिष्णु जलपति धनेश शतकोटि रुद्र शतकोटि काल शतकोटि दंड धरे लोकपाल जंजीर बढ़ाकर साध इन्हें हाँ हाँ दुर्योधन बांधने थी सभा सन सब लोग डरे केवल दो नर ना अघाते थे धृतराष्ट्र विदुर सुख पाते थे कर जोड़ खड़े प्रमुदित निर्भय पुकारते थे जय 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 जय। भगवान कृष्ण के का एक भजन कि कृष्ण गोपाल हरि हे दीन दयाल हरि प्रस्तुत करूं।
परम कृपाल हरि हे कृष्ण गोपाल हरि श्याम के रंग में रंग गई मीरा रस खान तो रस की खान हुए श्याम के रंग में रंग गई मीरा रस खान तो रस की खान हुए जग से आंखें बंद करी तो सूरदास ने दर्श किए जग से आंखें बंद करी तो सूरदास ने दर्श किए मातु जसोदा ब्रज नारी के मातु जसोदा ब्रज नारी के मातु जसोदा ब्रज नारी के माखन चोर हरी हे दीन दयाल हरि जय कृष्ण गोपाल हरि जय नंद के लाल हरि जय कृष्ण गोपाल
A huge round of applause to Mr. Mukesh for his wonderful performance.
प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश गौरी सुत प्रिय महेश गौरी सुत प्रिय महेश गौरी सुत प्रिय महेश प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश गौरी सुत प्रिय महेश गौरी सुत प्रिय महेश प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश गौरी सुत प्रिय महेश प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश पूरण गुण गण निधान पूरण गुण गण निधान पूरण गुण गण निधान पूरण गुण गण निधान सुर मुनि यश करत गान सुर मुनि यश करत गान पूरण गुण गण निधान सुर मुनि यश करत गान ब्रह्मानंद चरण ध्यान ब्रह्मानंद चरण ध्यान विघ्न हरो गज नरेश विघ्न हरो गज नरेश प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश गौरी सुत प्रिय महेश गौरी सुत प्रिय महेश प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश प्रथम सुमर श्री गणेश प्रथम सुमर श्री पंजनिया झूम छननन बजत पंजनिया झूम छननन बजत पंजनिया कृष्ण कन्हैया नाचत गावत है कृष्ण कन्हैया नाचत गावत है कृष्ण कन्हैया नाचत गावत है परमं परमानन्दं परमेश्वर नन्दनं परिदाबहरं देवं गणनायकं नमाम्यहं गणनायकं नमाम्यहं महेश्वर पुत्र विघ्न विनायक पाद नमस्ते तक दिम्मि तक दिम्मि तक दिम्मि तक जम तक जम तक दिम्मि तक दिम्मि तक जम तक दिम्मि दिम्मि तक जम दिम्मि किट तक दिम्मि दिम्मि तक जम दिम्मि तक दिम्मि तक दिम्मि जम जम तक दिम्मि तक दिम्मि जम नंदी वाहन नागभूषण चंद्रशेखर जटाधरा कैलासवास कनक सवेश गिरिजा रमण शताधिप शंभो नंदी वाहन नागभूषण चंद्रशेखर जटाधरा कैलासवास कनक सवेश गिरिजा रमण शताधिप शंभो दिक्कु नक्क तत् दिक्कु नक्क दिक्कु नक्क तलांगु जम तलांगु 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 जम तरिकिट तलांगु जम दिक्कु नक्क तति दिक्कु नक्क तति दिक्कु नक्क तलांगु तरिकिट तलांगु रजम रजम तरिकिट तलांगु तरिकिट नित्य विनोदिनी नाद स्वरूपिणी गौरी मनोहरि शंकरिणी वीणाधारिणी कमल निवासिनी विश्वरूपिणी मनोहरिणी नित्य विनोदिनी नाद स्वरूपिणी गौरी मनोहरि वीणाधारिणी कमल निवासिनी विश्वरूपिणी मनोहरिणी तक दिम्मि तक जुन्न तत्ता तलांगु तक दिम्मि तक जुन्न तत्ता तक दिम्मि तक तत्ता जेनु दिम्मि तक तत्ता तक दिम्मि तक जनु तत्ता तलांगु तक दिम्मि तत्ता तक दिम्मि गिट तत्ता जनु दिम्मि गिट तत्ता पवन पुरेशा पाप विमोचन पांडव मित्र पाठ सारथे कालिय मत्तन कंस निसूतन करुणा सागर कृष्ण मुरारे पवन पुरेशा पाप
निज मन मुकुर सुधार भरणो रघुवर विमल यश जोदायक फलचार बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिकै सुमिरौ पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि हरहु कलेश विकार जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी कंचन वरण विराज सुवेशा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केशा हाथ वज्र और ध्वजा विराजे कांधे मूंज जनेऊ साजे शंकर सुमन केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर राम काज करिबे को आतुर प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया राम लखन सीता मन बसिया राम लक्ष्मण जानकी जय बोलो हनुमान की राम लक्ष्मण जानकी जय बोलो हनुमान की सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सियहि दिखावा विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा भीम रूप धरि असुर संहारे रामचंद्र के काज सवारे लाय संजीवन लखन जी आए श्री रघुवीर हरषि उर लाए रघुपति कीन्ही बहुत बढ़ाई तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम भाई सहस वदन तुमरो यश गावै अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावै बोलो हनुमान की आसे रोग हरे सब पीरा जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा संकट से हनुमान छुड़ावे मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे तासु गमित जीवन भल पावे सारो युग प्रताप तुम्हारा है प्रसिद्ध जगत
जननी तू सरस्वती तुम गिरुता किट किट तक तुम गिरुता किट किट तक किट किट तक वीणा पुस्तक धरिते हाथी छगणम छगणम तकुंदरी किट तक छगणम छगणम तकुंदरी किट तक छगणम तकुंदरी किट तक छगणम तकुंदरी किट तक तकुंदरी किट तक कमलासन तू मयूरवाहिनी शांत चित्त तू कलावती किट किट तक धरि किट किट तक देवी शारदे किट किट तक धरि किट किट तक प्रभावती तुम किट किट तक तुम लम किट तक हंस वाहिनी
जय शारदे वागीश्वरी विधि कन्यके विद्याधरी 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 जय शारदे Hey,